Oh, what is live? What is up, everybody? Welcome to the NFL Draft Extravaganza live in Kansas City. We got the Podfather, we got Alex Dunlap, and that's not it, my friends. We have a few other people all around the house and all around the city of Kansas City, live from Union Station. But right now, we got the Podfather, we got Alex. Podfather, how you doing?
This is great, dude. We're here. We've got a players lounge set up. We've got a news desk set up for breaking news, trades, etc. We've got the projections desk. We've got the on-site correspondents. Anand's going to try to set up some interviews. We've got Theo, we've got Jack, Jason at the NFL draft in the media room. It's happening.
Should we kick it to our friends or our colleagues around the house?
Let's do it.
See what they're doing.
Yeah, let's check in. Let's check in on our friends.
Let's check in at the couch first, and we'll see. We got a couple friends here. We got Matty Kiwoom right here, and we have Nick Coder. Oh, so how we doing?
What's going on, guys? Live with the NFL Draft 2023. Super excited. What's going to happen? Chaos will ensue real soon. What's going on, Nick?
I'm really hoping for some chaos. Let's go right away.
Let's go. All right,
We're doing very well over here. We're just excited to see. We're going to be focusing entirely on these offensive skill players, where they're going for fantasy purposes, where exactly that's going to fall in our rankings right off the bat. We're going to have that instant analysis right away for the projections. Very excited to get that out here for you guys.
We have a team that's going to be pumping out graphics that has all the projections for these positional players. We're excited to see where they land. I can't hear them.
Oop, we do have a news desk. It's upstairs. It's our man Aaron Stewart. He's on lock on the trade alerts. He's on the pick is in the neck. He's got everything locked down. Aaron Stewart, what's up, my man?
I am ready for chaos tonight with the NFL Draft, and there is the reason that I call myself the Underworld's guide that never lied, because I will be giving you guys the breaking news of the chaos of the NFL Draft.
Who is this guy? I like that guy. The guy that never lies.
No, he's great, man.
Yeah, man. I like that guy. Aaron, well, we're gonna let you put your head down and grind a little bit, get back to work, and then we'll kick it back to you as soon as DeAndre Hopkins gets traded. All right?
There we go. That sounds like a plan, guys.
Sounds good. Peace. All right, fellas.
Is this happening? I can't. What is it? This is like a true media business. How is this happening? I just don't understand how we set this all up. You did this. You did this. You set up you created this giant list and matrix of all this equipment we needed to bring. You know, all these extensions. Why do we need this many extension cords? Why do we need this many this? This is why. And we haven't even gone to the boots on the ground at the actual draft yet. Theo will be joining us, and Jack, of course, the mustache. Anand's going to be joining us as well. But we somehow found this house in Kansas City that has all these different spaces for and all these beds. We have 14 people here.
This is the craziest. This is the craziest Airbnb I've ever stayed at. Like I mentioned, Alex just got to town, and when we got into this Airbnb, we were here for about 2 hours. And we couldn't find 3 of the bedrooms. Like there was like secret doors like in bathrooms, and like there was like doors like that were behind plants.
You guys were telling me like get downstairs. I'm like, how the hell do I get downstairs?
Dude, no idea how to do it.
Yeah, this is the Silence of the Lambs house. It's a little creepy how weird it is to be going through a bedroom and down a hallway into a kitchen, and then the secret knock on the door 3 times, and then it opens. It's it's very Breaking Bad. Very it's the Breaking Bad house, really, is what it is. So
what do you got?
Just a small bit of news breaking here from Ian Rappaport, and it doesn't have to do with tonight, but it does have to do with the Arizona Cardinals and the Philadelphia Eagles. They've agreed on a settlement for the issue concerning Gannon going to Arizona, apparently to resolve from the NFL to resolve the matter between the two clubs. The Cardinals and the Eagles have agreed to swap 3rd round picks in the 2023 NFL draft. The Cardinals receive the 5th round selection in 2024. So it won't affect us tonight, but coming into tomorrow for this.
That's the tampering news that Jim was in here tweeting, putting in the chat.
Tampering update.
Yeah. That's interesting that they're just flipping 3rds and then somebody gets a 5th. That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like a non-update.
Sounds like a non-matter.
Well, do you know what the NFL says?
You know what?
Do you know what the NFL says? Thank you for saying that.
We're gonna go.
Thank you for sweeping it under the rug and making it seem like it's not a big deal.
We're gonna go to Aaron for real news breaking, and we're gonna go to you for irrelevant stuff.
Yep, that's Alex Dunlap for you. You get irrelevant news. It is 6:57 Central Time. So we're about 3 minutes away from the NFL draft actually kicking off. I think it has kicked off though already, right? Bryce Young is he's been locked in for what, about a month now?
Bryce Young to the Panthers. It's unfortunate that there's no surprises anymore with the first overall pick. When was the last time there was a real surprise at 1?
Never.
Alex will remember. There has to be. When was the last time there was a surprise at 1?
Well, coming into the last couple days, the 2 days before the draft, Baker Mayfield was a little bit of a surprise.
Oh,
right? Don't you remember?
Yeah.
How Baker Mayfield, the odds shifted so much early in the morning of the draft. So maybe that. I don't know.
So that was the last one. There was uncertainty. I remember the debate between Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf. There was some debate that maybe the Colts might shock the world and go with Leaf, but they ended up going chalk and going with Manning. But yeah, going back through time, the
John's
101 is almost always sort of a known heading. The Wentz versus Goff, that wasn't up in the air, was it?
No,
Winston
not as
Mariota
much.
wasn't up in the air, was it?
John's got a good one here. It was Reggie Bush and Mario Williams. Remember that one?
That was a good one.
Because
that's a good one.
Because Reggie was going to go to Houston. Remember?
And it should have, and probably VY should have gone number 1 overall if you would have looked at the college tape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's our resident Texas fan right there. We do got an update from the right here. Will Levis minus 650 now at 4. So it sounds like the movement has been towards Stroud 2.
Right.
I don't know what the movement is at 3 right now, but for 4 minus 650.
Well, the talk has been that the Titans want to move up to 3. Right?
Yeah, we'll see. But again, if Stroud goes 2, are they actually going to move to 3? Do you think they're going to go after Levis at 3?
They could go after Anthony Richardson at 3.
Yeah.
They could go after Levis at 3, or they could just hold.
Yeah.
But I don't know how Vrabel holds. Vrabel has to do something. And if he has the power, this is why you can't empower coaches with this level of decision-making authority, because they're going to end up destroying the franchise to try to persevere and preserve their jobs. This happened with Bill O'Brien. Remember the Laramie Tunsil deal where he traded all these first rounders for Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah.
That was not in the best interest of the franchise. That was in the best interest of Bill O'Brien's keeping his job for 1 extra year.
So you guys know that I'm late coming in. I just got off the airplane. I'm straight off the airplane. Is it now CJ Stroud
The last hour.
to number 2?
That's what it sounds like, the last hour.
Even though he's managed by Dave Mulgeta, a Texas Longhorn. He's managed by Dave Mulgeta, who is supposedly persona non grata around the Texans organization because of the fact that it was
Caserio.
represent
Caserio came out and said it.
Deshaun Watson.
Caserio came out and had a quote, I think it was this morning or late last night, that said he don't care. It doesn't. He goes, that has nothing to do with he actually came out and said that has nothing to do with them not taking CJ Stroud. And then the last couple hours, they've went towards taking CJ. Just a complete fugazi. I don't think they know what they're going to do.
The idea that they wouldn't draft a player because of who his agent is, and his agent represents a guy they don't like. Do you realize when I say it out loud how silly that sounds?
Well, and the funny thing is, his agent also represents a guy who is going to be in play at pick 12.
It's minus 1,600 now.
At
Stroud at 2 is minus 1,600 now.
And then, so does that open up another Mulgeta guy at 12? Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Trevor tipped in the chat here. He's our resident betting analyst at Player Profiler now. Something's big going down. The lines have all been pulled from the number 2 pick now. So we just read it was minus 1,600, and now all the lines are pulled. So does that mean it's either locked in or?
I think that it means that we need to just take. Is there a printer here in this house? Can we print our mock drafts out so we can just light them on fire?
Wait, no one had Stroud at 2.
No. You know who did?
Who did?
Daniel Jeremiah.
Did he really?
He said, I don't think they know what they're going to do, but I've talked about it and I'm going to be about it and I'm going to put Stroud at 2. And he said it and he did it. He's the only one.
Jeremiah
I think everybody put Will or Tyree at 2.
Everybody did.
Everybody.
Where does this now leave open the possibility of Tyree Wilson going as
Tyree Wilson is going to go
first
exactly
defensive player?
No. I think that opens the door for Tyree Wilson to fall because
okay.
So 3 weeks ago I put up mock I don't know, it was 5-0, it's 3 rounds. I put him 14 to the Patriots and then I came off of it because everything sounded like, talking with Alex and stuff, it sounded like he was going to go to 2. It was locked in. Zierlein said 2, locked in. Zierlein came off of it today and put him at 14. And there was an article that went up on rosterwatch.com. Go read it. It's from SIC Dr. Chow. And he's talking about Tyree's foot injury and that there may be, what is I can't remember what Pat McAfee says, but it's like it's we're not the ones reporting this. There may be a world where the physicals or the medicals have been failed by some NFL teams, and that could cause him to fall.
A chronic foot problem.
Ooh. And it was the issue where he said at the pro day to where he couldn't work out of the pro day because he couldn't sweat into the area where the hardware still existed. And what Dr. Chow said about that is the hardware should not still be existing based on the timeline. If you're talking about not being able to sweat into it, allegedly, what that means is that there could be some sort of deal where there could have been some sort of fix up.
A revision.
Yes. And so whether NFL teams, we should have known that the NFL teams would have caught on to that. And we'll see what happens.
We've been way out ahead on Tyree Wilson falling.
Well, God, yeah.
He's overrated.
Cody and I were talking about it the whole time. Cody and I walked around. We asked Big 12 NFL offensive tackles. We said, who was the biggest problem to face this year?
And who said Tyree Wilson?
Nobody did. They all said Big Felix, man, King Felix. He was the toughest from Kansas State. Literally, It was unanimous.
Well, that's who the guys in Kansas. We were at the Kansas City radio today, AM 810, and that's who they want. They want the local. They want all the Kansas State players.
I'm sure,
right? Because they're like, the King Felix is a difficult name to pronounce, but they were able to pronounce it really well because they're,
Nudike Uzama.
Yeah, Uzama. I'm just gonna go Uzama.
Not
Felix Uzama.
Nudike Uzama.
Felix Uzama, and so there was him, and then the Kansas State. Of course, they want the Kansas State running back to go.
Deuce.
They want Deuce to go to the Chiefs. They think that it would be a creative landing spot for him.
He'd be better than Clyde.
Right, anything's better.
He would be better than Clyde.
Six round Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah. I still can't believe that they did it.
They drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire on the board.
If they would not have drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire in that draft, I would have been number 1 in the huddle report that year.
Ooh.
It was the Clyde pick that knocked me out of 1 and into number 2. Oh, it just hurts me so badly. There's so many ways that Clyde Edwards-Helaire has hurt me.
Dude, that is painful.
Wait, did you draft him at all in Dynasty?
No,
you don't have any.
Never owned a share.
Never.
See him.
Raise your hands. If you've never had a Clyde Edwards-Helaire in your life.
I think by now maybe you should try if you can get him for like a 4th.
I think now is the time to get him.
Yeah.
Now is the now.
Why? He's not good.
No, I'm saying if you were going to take a shot on a guy that's in a good offense who could get touches this year, he's running back is replaceable, and he's just a throw in and a deal, then I'll take him. Absolutely.
No, I'm good.
Let's throw it to the projection desk. Let's throw it to Dario and Billy. I want to ask them where they have Clyde Edwards-Helaire projected this year.
First, I want to say the draft has begun, so the picks are going to start rolling in here quick, and we appreciate all of you guys on the YouTube right now. Click that like button, click that subscribe, and stay tapped in. We appreciate all 359 of you right now, and we're going to interact with you guys in the chat. But first, like Podfather said, we're going to throw it over to the projection corner to get some thoughts on some of these picks.
All right, so you guys wanted to hear about Clyde Edwards-Helaire. We have got
where do you have
numbers.
projected this year?
I have zero interest in Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but Matt.
Well, interest or not, he's projected for 123 fantasy points, and that would be, folks, not good. He's very far down the running back rankings. You got to scroll quite a ways. Running back 49, as a matter of fact. But we do have, like you guys said, CJ Stroud is basically penciled into the Texans in our projections at this point. So we do have projections for both those quarterbacks. What you want to talk about that, Billy?
Yeah, Stroud comes in as quarterback number 25 right now. I'm pulling up the projections right now, Dario. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bryce Young is slightly ahead of Stroud. We think that he's the number 1 overall pick, slightly safer bet to play a couple more games. But CJ Stroud had a much higher completion percentage in college. We do think that the Panthers are a little bit more interesting of a landing spot in terms of being ambitious throwing the football. There's still talk of the Texans ending the stop for Bijan at 12. So there's a very good chance that the Texans will be slightly more run heavy than the Panthers. We do think that there's a slight edge toward Young at the moment.
I muted you.
So inside the project, we have Bryce Young projected for 464 attempts, 3,480 yards, and 20 touchdowns.
Damn, that's it? You must not. You don't like the weapons in Carolina, though, right?
It is weapon related. There's a lot of uncertainty. We have a lot of dustier wide receivers, and so we do think this is a moderate mean projection.
And the thing too you got to keep in mind is, when was the last time a rookie quarterback came in and was a fantasy QB1 right from the jump? Right? I mean, you guys saw it last year with Kenny Pickett. Even though we got to play most of the season, he was far from an efficient fantasy option. So that's kind of another thing. You have to just moderate the efficiency on all these rookie quarterbacks.
Fair enough, guys. So you have Stroud. So how many total fantasy points for Stroud versus Young?
Stroud we have is 243, and you got Young.
Yeah, Young is 242 and Stroud is 224.
Oh, sorry.
And that's with the land spots of Carolina for Young and Houston for Stroud.
Penciled in, yes.
All right, and Levis is still QB1, right? If he goes to Indianapolis.
How many rushing yards do you have projected for CJ Stroud?
Let's see.
Like 12?
Let's see. We've got Stroud projected for. He's going to get. I mean, not much. I mean, he's currently. This probably needs to be a little bit jacked up. But the thing is, he didn't run too much in college. We've got 100. He ran for 100 yards his last year at Ohio State. We've got him projected for 100 yards.
How many rushing yards do you have projected for CJ Stroud in Carolina in 2023?
CJ Stroud in Houston or Bryce Young in Carolina?
Sorry. How many for CJ Stroud going to Houston? How many rushing yards?
It's currently at 108.
Okay, that's too low.
That's too high. That's too high.
That's too high. Because too high.
No,
because what happened in his last year in Ohio State, whenever they take into account the sacks count is minus yards in college. So
and he has all those weapons, and the coaches went out of their way to protect him and instruct him not to run at all, and he's going to have to run.
I still don't believe
to sustain drives, to escape the pocket, to escape pressure. He's going to be. They're probably going to even drop some design runs when they figure out how athletic he is. So I would double that, and
he's going to be living in hell. He's going to Houston.
There's no receivers, but they're going to draft a receiver.
I would just like to remind you, these are mean projections. We're not doing ceiling projections.
The projections team, and I love the projections team.
I don't think it's going to happen.
All right.
Projections team.
There's no way he's going to run 200.
Wrong about Stroud versus Young. I think that Stroud's going to score more fantasy points.
Here's the question. Here's the question for you, Alex. I'm going to kick this one back to you. Is their projection, you take that into account, but the thought of CJ Stroud, if he goes 2 here, is Quentin 12? Quentin Johnston going 12?
Well, it would seem like if you take your quarterback, it would seem like let's give him a weapon, right? And all we've heard this whole time is that, I mean, I was at TCU Pro Day. I watched Nick Caserio just hovering over Quentin Johnston. I've heard Kendre Miller say, like, people were asking him, have you been interviewed by the Texans? Have you been interviewed by the Texans? He says, yeah, you know what? All they want to know about is Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see if that happens. I don't think Quentin Johnston could go as early as number 12. I think if they're interested in Quentin Johnston, they would probably take that pick and trade back, especially with all the offensive tackles that are going to go off that board, and especially with all the offensive tackle needy teams, just like all the way back to when did the Bucks pick? I don't have pulled 19 or something. Yeah. Like some of these teams are going to want to come up, and I feel like you'd be able to get QJ a little bit later than that. I still like. So is this done? Has this been reported by Rap Sheet or something that CJ Stroud is going to the Texans?
No, the odds have just shifted ridiculously.
The odds went to like minus
The
1,600
thing is that
and then pulled.
minus 6,000 was the last one that was reported in our chat right here.
1,600.
No. That was Levis. Stroud at 2. KCD Dunmore said 6,000.
Oh my God, minus 6,000. So it is happening for
According,
sure.
according to
That's a
Anand,
lock.
that's a lot.
That is a lock.
So
Of course, minus 6,000.
Is that on? Is it on the DraftKings Sportsbook
I don't
right
know.
now?
Trevor said everything's still down for him. But yeah. So anyway, we appreciate the projection update. We'll
Guys, go ahead and give Stroud twice as many rushing yards, and we'll come back to you.
We'll bump it up like 10.
10? Come on, guys.
down.
The number
Down 10. Down 10.
The number 2 pick is off the board on DraftKings.
There it is. There it is. That's the way it should be. Like
And the 1 is off the board already, right?
Yeah,
So the 1's been off the board.
and the 3's
and
off
the 3's off the board too because that
All
was
we
probably
all we have is
traded.
the 4 on the board with Will Levis minus 1,200. Wow. And
So-
then we're just gonna get interesting. If this is how it falls.
So the way it's currently projected vis-a-vis odds, it would be Bryce 1 to the Panthers. It would be Stroud 2 to the Houston Texans, and 3 looks like to be a trade up
Yeah.
for either Richardson or Levis. But Levis is also minus 1,200 on DraftKings to go 4th overall. So it's a flat circle, as you mentioned on the FutureCast last week. Back to QB, 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 QB.
We talked about this. QB times 4. It's very possible.
CJ Stroud just moved up from plus 1,200 to plus 500 to go number 4 to
These things are just shaking and jiving.
CJ Stroud just
What?
moved up from plus 1,200 to plus 500 to go number 4 on DraftKings.
I think-
Will Levis is minus 500.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Dude,
This is crazy.
What does the couch think?
Yeah, I want to kick it back because I did a few shows with Matty Kiwoom. Matty Kiwoom has he's been banging the QB thing for like a month and a half, and I was like, man, I don't know about that. Matty, let us.
Way back when we did our first mock draft live, was my bold take. Quarterback. QB needy teams, when push comes to shove, they're going to go get a quarterback. And the dominoes start falling. We were all saying the draft starts at number 2. And if the Texans go quarterback.
It seems so thirsty though. These quarterbacks aren't 1, 2, 3, 4 worthy. This is scary territory because at least 2 of these guys are busting.
I mean, the records would show it's number 2, right? Have you seen the track record of QB at 2? Sorry, Anand.
I mean, QB at 2 plus Ohio State. That's dark clouds for CJ Stroud.
How much bad juju can you have around one selection? Ohio State, number 2 quarterback, Houston Texans. By golly, look out, CJ Stroud.
They better go get JSN, give him a little bit lanky.
You think that's possible? CJ, I mean, would you do that? Let's put you in the GM shoes. Nick, you're now the team builder of the Houston Texans. Are you going to get CJ Stroud his guy at 12?
Get him his guy. You're going to be terrible. Go get Marvin Harrison next year. Just put the team back together.
Yes. And I mean, CJ Stroud on PlayerProfiler.com, his best comparable player is Joe Burrow because what do they do well? They are game manager pluses. They have good weapons and they will get the ball to those weapons and they will dominate with good weapons. You're going to go ahead and take them too. You go get JSN at 12, get the band back together. And then if you stink and you can get Marvin Harrison or a Mecca, just bring the Buckeyes down south. Have Houston Buckeyes all day long. Just build around. That's what you got to do, right? But it is the Houston Texans after all. I imagine even with 2-12, even with them getting their future quarterback, they could still fumble the bag.
They will definitely. They will add some serious age. They gotta roll out. Maybe Julio. Maybe Julio's ready. Rex Burkhead, bring him back for another round.
Outfit and it's dogging on the Houston teams. It's just adding. You might as well wear.
Am I wrong?
Might as well wear a Frank Reich jersey.
A Frank Reich jersey would be pretty cool.
Dude.
Pretty cool. I mean, I got throwback DJ Moore on.
I think the question is we got in the chat. He said these guys are just hammered or what? Like, are you gonna Nick? Are you gonna make it to the Bills pick at 27?
I will try. Depending on who they pick, it might be ugly.
Nick's got great radio voice. You notice that?
Yeah, deep one.
He's got it. Yeah. I mean,
Is this his debut? Is this his debut?
The guy's never been on air before. The guy, he was managing data on Player Profiler in the early teens.
The original G, the OG.
He's an OG.
CJ Stroud now down to plus 300 for the number 4 pick. Will Levis at minus 300 for the number 4 pick. So that's going from, what was it, 1,500, 1,200, what we were talking about earlier, down to plus 300.
Do you think that has more movement to do with possibly 2? 2's up the board still, and 3. 2 and 3, right? So I think the thought is that like the Levis number's coming down, the Stroud number's going up. I think it seems like to me that they're just trying to make some. Oh, now Jalen Carter just had a massive. Oh wait, they just took 4 off the board. Sorry,
4 off the board.
That's
4's off the board now. Jalen Carter made a massive move, minus 700 for the number 5 pick here. Will Anderson at plus 150.
First defensive player drafted. What did I say on the Mind of Mansion show? Trust that the talent is eventually going to shine through, and also through the smoke, right? There's a reason why no one was talking about Jalen Carter. There was no Jalen Carter talk whatsoever. And I was like, this guy's the best defensive player in the draft. Why is nobody talking about
the best player?
And he's actually he's straight up the best player. He's number 1 on this man's big board. He's been number 1 the entire time.
That's what I thought.
If it were me and I were drafting, I'd be circling this guy. It doesn't get. I mean, he is a true premium prospect.
The question now becomes: does anybody trade up for Jalen Carter? Because Michael Lombardi had the report yesterday saying that the Seattle Seahawks might not be comfortable with him as far as his off-field stuff and as far as maybe the ways to handle him. Whereas the Philadelphia Eagles, they have Jordan Davis, they have Nakobe Dean, 2 of his biggest mentors.
That's big. That's a sick.
I just think that the rich might get like my whole
Eagles trade up to 5.
That's been my whole theory is maybe the Eagles could make a trade up to 5. They got everything they need.
3 seem too easy, right? 3 teams too easy. Seahawks are always trying to move back,
right?
And the Eagles have 2 seconds next year, and they got the gas. Fuck it, let's trade up. Let's give them next year's first.
And let's let the rich get richer.
Let's get the rich get richer, and let's fix the one. What was the one issue that everyone was like, "Oh, Philly's got one problem; they can't stop the run."
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's take the best duo we've seen.
You take
since
a guy
the damn Hurricanes in the early.
Take
2000s.
a guy that is like a ghost between the A gap and the B gap, who just you just don't know where he is if you're an offensive lineman.
We've got someone at the draft.
Are we going to go live to the draft? The draft is starting right now. The pick looks to be in by the Carolina Panthers.
The pick is in. Let's go to the draft.
I don't know who it is, but let's see who we got. Boots on the ground down at Union Station. It's the OG, Theo Gremminger. How are we doing, my brother? Down there, Union Station. You've been down there for like 6 hours. What's the inside scoop?
We got Bryce Young. Pick is in. As we all expected, where he settles up in our Superflex drafts, that remains to be seen. But he is the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Waiting on number 2. I think it's going to be C.J. Stroud, fellas. I think it's going to be C.J. Stroud. Just a hunch. I don't know which way it's going to go though, because
needs to be projected higher than Bryce Young on the Player Profiler projections. I'm going to continue to hammer these guys. I'm going to hammer the projection team. By the end of this show,
there's no talent in Houston.
By the time the 31st pick is in, I will have lobbied so hard and just annoyed Billy and Dario to such an extent that they will have to cave and boost Stroud accordingly. I want to do it with rushing yards. I think he's a sneaky rushing quarterback. Don't you, Theo? Don't you think CJ Stroud's actually a sneaky rushing threat in Houston?
Yeah, I mean, I think he certainly has the speed to be more fantasy friendly than Bryce Young. I think that will be the correct. I think that'll be
Oh no.
kind of fantasy
Poor Theo.
we
I think-
want.
I think we're losing Theo.
Theo, you're glitching, buddy. We're gonna
no.
take you off the stream for a second. We gotta get you a better internet connection. You're doing a great
Okay.
job, though. Keep it
Yeah,
up.
man.
Okay, I'm gonna move.
You're good. You're good. We'll come back to you.
There's a selection. Bryce Young, officially a Carolina Panther, shaking people's hands. That guy whose hands he shakes, he's shorter than him. He's shorter than that guy. He's shorter than that guy.
That's
Let's see.
shorter than him.
He is. He's shorter than most of the people's hands he's giving the bro hug
With the
to.
afro.
Shorter than him.
Wow.
Definitely,
Yep.
definitely shorter than Anthony Richardson.
Definitely shorter than Anthony Richardson.
Wow,
and
you
here
really
he
get a
goes.
sense.
Hold on. What are they doing here?
They're
They're
the-
walking into some kind of golden.
They're at the Union Station. They're walking out.
into a.
Wow.
Look at this kid's
Well,
hair.
at least his hair is tall.
Get the hat on there, buddy.
I can
There
get the
it
hat
is.
on.
Dude, hey man,
Does that count
dude,
when they're doing your height?
dude, Bryce
Does the
Young.
hat count?
Bryce Young is a sick football player, guys. He's gonna be okay for these guys.
You think he's going to be just okay, or he's going to be great?
I think median projection for him is that he's going to be a slightly above average.
Okay, so you think in year one, Stroud or Young?
Oh, I would take Bryce Young. Yeah,
Damn it!
over CJ Stroud.
Damn
in
it!
year
Ah,
one.
the projections
Just
team
beca-
is going to love that. We're gonna tell the projections team.
just because of how he can you've just seen how he can matriculate an offense downfield without having to look to the sidelines for every play, all the rest of it. He's a guy who, if he was 4 inches taller, we would be comparing to Joe Burrow. He sees the field like him. And it's different than Kyler. It's different than Baker. It's different than these guys.
Different than Johnny Manziel.
Oh gosh.
All right, fellas, we got one more for you.
Uh-oh.
We'll run the sound effect here. Pick is in number 2 overall. CJ Stroud.
I knew it.
Have they?
Yep.
So much for that Dave Mulgeta persona non grata.
I don't love the landing spot for Stroud. I love Stroud. He's the best quarterback in this class. This is a terrible place to play football. There's no weaponry whatsoever. No more Brandon Cooks. What is Nico Collins the number 1 there?
Well, for like the next probably 45 minutes. 45 minutes, he's the number 1 there.
Whatever wide receiver
John
they
Mechie?
draft,
John
he's gonna be-
John Mechie?
John Mechie should be the number
Oh,
one.
John Mechie. He's got Mechie.
He's back.
Oh my God! Does the projections team know that he has Mechie?
Let's kick it to the projection corner and see if they got a little thought on.
Have you guys updated the projections
who-
yet?
Oh, what the question for them is, I want to know is who is the alpha when it comes to fantasy points in Houston?
When it comes to fantasy points, we have Dalton Schultz actually leading the team in target share. We have Mechie as the number 1 receiver. And from the standpoint for just the quarterback, Stroud comes in as quarterback 25, 3,519 yards, 20.2 touchdown.
There you have it, folks. And then, in terms of the weapons, I mean, they did get Robert Woods. They still have a Brevin Jordan, who we're all waiting for that breakout season to come. Damian Pierce, is in his potential Michael Carter zone. I think we're all keeping an eye out on if the Texans draft another running back. If not tonight, possibly tomorrow night. I think that there's still going to be some weaponry added in that aspect of their team. But I think, you guys called it right now. John Mechie and Nico Collins are neck and neck as the top 2 wide receivers in Houston. And no, that does not significantly improve the CJ Stroud stock, Matt.
And it also does not increase his rushing yards for Matt.
You upped it from like 101 to 110.
We went from like 108 to 109.
Shame on you.
I love it.
Shame on both of you.
Billy, you get a gold star for that one. That's what's
We
one
almost
gold
went
star.
to 108.5. It was
Casario,
close.
Casario oh my gosh. So Casario wanted him the whole time. He's walking around
smoke and
slapping
mirrors.
people in the hands. So that's who Casario wanted the whole time, huh?
You think?
God damn it, if he did. You know what? As much shit as I give the Texans organization for being a horrible organization,
That's a big move.
they've done a great job with keeping that completely under the honestly, they've not just completely kept that under the vest. they've kept that to where it's like so far under the vest they had to pull it out from like David Blaine style, like street magic.
They kept it secret for a long time.
It's like he just pulls it out and everybody's he's got people on the street just fainting. It's unbelievable. It wasn't what anybody had expected here.
What's interesting about this pick is typically a team that has so many needs and is so far away, you would think that you shouldn't go quarterback at this point in the rebuild, that they're 1 or 2 years away from quarterback. The one thing that Houston does have, though, that most teams that are rebuilding don't have established are the 2 tackle positions. So they have one of the best tackle duos in the NFL. So they can at least protect CJ Stroud. So as long as you can protect that rookie quarterback.
And a first-round guard from last year, right?
And so their offensive line is a quality pass protection unit in particular. And sure, Nico Collins is not that, but John Mechie could actually shock a lot of people this year and be a lot more productive than anyone might imagine for someone who missed a year, that cancer diagnosis and came back.
We gotta revisit all these John Mechie rankings, don't we?
Yeah,
don't we?
Mechie's going up.
Yeah,
let's talk to projection desk. What do
you have John Mechie on the projections?
Oh no, they do. They haven't.
Yeah, we've actually been high on projection.
How many fantasy points do you have projected for John Mechie?
And the pig has officially come in. CJ Stroud's coming to Houston.
So Dario's going to pull up the fantasy points from.
So yeah, Mechie's currently sitting at 113 fantasy points. This is, I think he could see a tiny bit of an efficiency boost here coming in. We're punching that in right now, but he's, still going to be a very speculative pick. But right now he's very affordable in drafts. We definitely like him there at a 15% target share. That's 90 targets in that offense. And we project him for 12.5 yards per reception. I think that's where we could see an uptick with this Stroud pick. And that'll potentially move up his 603 yards up to closer to 650, 700 as our median projection.
And we got him for about 3.5.
He's a lot taller than Bryce Young.
He's also a bust.
Dude, Nick Caserio nailed it.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it out there right now.
Mechie
may see similar rushing stats to your CJ Stroud here.
I mean, I don't think much of Nick Caserio, but like I said, they have some interesting pieces with the way they're rebuilding the offensive line, and it's ready to go. I mean, and one of those is Larry Tunsil. That was
CJ Stroud got some bleach on his.
The chat seems to agree with me. I agree with Cody
on his suit. It looks like, unless that was just something that's done on purpose.
I think that's fashion.
Wait, Alex, you're saying that CJ Stroud accidentally spilled bleach on his suit before the draft?
It would be a giant red flag.
That is quite the accusation.
Yeah.
Wow. I hope
it's just it's just some interesting little spots down the side of that thing.
It could be intentional.
There's
the fashion forward suit wearing at the draft is more than we can even get our heads around.
We're not gonna.
Well, no way. We'll never.
Player Profiler needs to invest in somebody that can analyze that.
Where do you go to get these suits? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. I would love to be in the background with the tailor fitting these guys for their NFL draft suits, because I'd love to understand the thought process of how these suits get put together.
Oh shit! We have some breaking news. Is our resident desk our breaking news analyst? Is he ready?
Is he going to swindle me?
I think we'll wait 1 second. I think there's been a trade to come in. I'm trying to listen to it in my ear and see if there was the entirety of the information has come in. It sounds like they're still working on it, but it sounds like there's a trade completed. We're going to give Aaron just another minute to collect the full data. He said it's done, but the information is not locked in yet. So we want to get the full information, but it sounds like there is a trade in place for the Texans to trade up with the Cardinals. It sounds like there's a trade in place. We're going to kick it to Aaron as soon as he's ready and he's got the full.
The Texans
are trading up with the Cardinals.
No.
The Texans.
Number
2 and number 3.
Someone had this in their mock draft. Who had it in their mock draft?
Whoever did is going to win the huddle report.
It wasn't Lance.
God bless them.
I saw this somewhere. I saw the idea that Houston would trade up and pick back to back. This is I know I saw this somewhere.
Is it
Okay,
is it Tyree Wilson
No,
or is it
so
Will
the
Anderson?
pick is in. The pick is in. Let's run it right here. We'll get the result of the trade and everything that was in it.
Is it Will Anderson?
Will Anderson with the 3rd overall pick for the Houston Texans. They got both dudes.
Would you like the pick?
Holy shit.
To trade up that much? They
Holy
probably had to
shit.
give up a decent amount. For Will Anderson, is it worth it?
With who?
Cardinals.
So they traded up
12 to
from
3.
12 to 3. Would that have taken the 2024 one?
Had to. That's 9 picks, dude. That's top.
Oh, they absolutely give up their first rounder. See, I knew this would happen.
Yeah,
I knew this would happen. We've talked about this. I said the Houston
the
Texans.
2024 one from the Texans or the
The Houston
2024
Texans are
one
going to
from
do
the
something
Cleveland
smart.
Browns?
They're going to do something smart. They're either going to not draft a quarterback, or the quarterback they do draft is going to be CJ Stroud. They're going to do something smart at 2, and we're going to talk about how Nick Caserio is underrated, and he's actually been doing a good job rebuilding this team, doing all the right things. And then 5 minutes later, they're trading a future first to move up for a defensive player at a super deep position where they could get someone who's almost as good, close to equivalent, with the 12th pick.
And you know what this tells me too is that
This is a terrible move
by the Texans.
This is an awful trade up.
Welcome to Houston Texans.
This
football.
is what they are who we thought they were.
Yep.
They're the Texans.
And
They stink.
but do you know
Can't do anything right.
but
They
do you
get
know
CJ Stroud,
All right,
and
all right,
then
all right.
2 minutes later,
Let's
they're punting first rounders. They're going to need that pick next year.
the information is in on what it took to get to the pick.
Oh.
Let's kick it to the news desk. Aaron Stewart standing by with.
I don't even like the Texans.
All right, let's kick it to Aaron.
This is breaking my heart.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
I can't believe they're doing this.
Let's make it more painful. Let's see what they gave up. Aaron, what do we got?
Well, some franchises just remain poverty, and that's the Houston Texans. In order to get the 3rd pick in the 3rd overall pick in this draft, they had to give up the 12th pick, the 33rd pick, a first in 2024, a third in 2024.
They give a 12, 33, and the 1 and the 3rd.
Hey, but at least they got the 105th overall pick.
Oh my God.
Dog. But don't worry, guys.
We have
They
chaos.
also got the 105th overall pick to help ease that pain for the Houston Texans.
We got chaos here.
they gave up
Aaron, I appreciate you. We're
let's
gonna bring
just
it
talk
back
about
here
that.
just because they're going
Thank you,
chaos.
Aaron.
I appreciate
Thank
you,
you.
Aaron.
Let's
We'll be
just
back
talk-
in a little bit.
they gave up 12, they gave up 33, they gave up 2024 one. I don't know whether that's the one from the Texans, the Texans, or whether that's Cleveland's, right? One of the two. And then they gave up a 2020 something extra, as if you need to give up anything extra.
Do you realize the edge rushers that are going to be available at the end of the first round? They're going to be a George Karlaftis type, very good. This is the
You get
deepest
Will
position.
McDonald.
Fields is better.
You get you can get all these guys
You can get an equivalent talent. You can get an edge of all positions. Maybe if it were Jalen Carter, maybe it was some special player that's in a position that's not super deep this year. You could understand it. Or at least you could somehow extrapolate a rationalization for it. This is absurdity.
The Cardinals made this out like a bandit.
I can't believe what the Cardinals just.
And they're gonna trade Hopkins too. They're gonna get back in.
Dude.
They're gonna have 2 picks
Well, hey,
plus
man.
33 and 34.
Monty Austin for it.
Dog.
Hey man, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and fucking put him on some kind of GM Mount Rushmore for now. Like, hey, we haven't known him for long.
Oh, he's a
but
fish.
man, do we like him?
He's the best GM in the
Man,
league
do
right
we
now.
like him?
Yeah,
This is insanity. Think he gets 12? He gets 30. Do you know who's going to be available at these picks?
Nick Caserio went up a notch in my book for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. He went up a notch. Remember, I was talking about it. I was like, man, they actually have the pieces, and you can make this QB pick actually makes sense for a team that's not really ready for a quarterback. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Do you know what
Now I'm a sucker. Nick Casario's playing me for a sucker, dude.
Dog. All right. So
You
this
gotta be
night,
kidding me.
this night's turning into kind of what we thought, right? We thought there's gonna be a little bit of chaos. The chaos has come in. Stroud moves, makes that push late, gets up to 2, whatever. It could have been 3 because Anderson goes as well. Pick 4 is officially in the books.
Not Will Levis. It's not Will Levis.
Alex, answer me this question. Who was the most impressive specimen at the Indianapolis Combine back in February?
Cody, please don't tell me the Indianapolis Colts are bringing him to Lucas Oil. Are they bringing him?
It's done.
They are.
It's done.
They're bringing him to Luke. They're bringing Anthony Richardson to Lucas Oil.
That's a great pick.
You gotta be kidding me.
Top 5
mean,
Anthony
You've got
Richardson.
top
five,
You've got to be
baby.
kidding me.
He's top 5 pick.
And the books were right. They never moved off that 4.5. And they were taking all the juice, all the juice on everybody that want to take the over. They're telling people, you want to take the over? We'll give you the over at -400, -500. This whole time, they knew the whole time. Unbelievable.
They sandbagged everybody with this Will Levis talk. All this. There was a lot of smoke in this draft, man. This might be the world record.
Wait, I
for
need
NFL draft smoke.
Do you know what?
There's been a lot of smoke.
Hey, Steichen,
dog.
Jalen Hurts,
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert. I'd like to go to the projections team and see, is Gardner Minshew, are they factoring in Gardner Minshew?
Before we go to the projection team, let's go to Jack Cavanagh. He is at the draft.
Action Jack pulling a big one here. I can see him live at Union Station. Anthony Richardson goes 4th overall. Jack, you got any thoughts on any of these guys? Oh. Yeah, maybe we don't got Jack.
Hello. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Wi-Fi is a little bit weird here, but oh my God, what a pivot. We thought it was Will Levis. Will Levis was supposed to be locked in, but you have to remember Chris Ballard, he loves his physical traits. He loves the athletic upside. And we have to say, Anthony Richardson, he is the traitsiest guy that they could have taken. I'm shocked by this, but what do you guys think? Is Gardner Minshew actually going to start week 1, or are they going to rush Richardson?
Rush Richardson, baby. That's the whole thing. I want to kick it to the projection corner here in a minute, but what if we talk about the whole process, right? If they push him out there day 1, I mean, 1,200 is well within the range of outcomes on the ground.
3 weeks for Minshew. 3 weeks.
This team doesn't have 3 weeks. Ballard will be toast in 3 weeks. They go 0-3 to start with Minshew at quarterback.
Thank you, Jack. We're going to hit the projections team.
You're welcome.
Oops.
Thank you, Jack.
The projections are in. Richardson is quarterback 23, and he has 3,168. Let me make sure just give us 1 second. We were punching him in.
Yeah, he's coming in at quarterback 23, just ahead of where we had Bryce Young a moment ago. And the thing is, keep in mind, we're projecting Anthony Richardson for fewer games than Bryce Young at the moment. So Anthony Richardson's PPR per game is actually the best of all the rookies that we've put in so far, 19.9 projected PPR per game. Obviously, the rushing upside is huge. I think even in those 13 games, he jumps up to, I think it's about 650 projected rushing yards. I think it's hard to assume that they're going to make him the week 1 starter. In this entire draft cycle, we've heard about how Anthony Richardson is the most raw and underdeveloped of these prospects. We know that Gardner Minshew has familiarity with that system. I think it's probably not very likely that we're going to see Anthony Richardson week 1, but I think he's still very much the number 1 quarterback in Dynasty in your rookie drafts. This is locked in. If he would have gone somewhere like the Lions where he sits for a year, maybe there's a debate to be had. Now there is no debate. He's the QB1 in Superflex and in single quarterback dynasty leagues.
Immediate projection is 17% of the rushing share.
You had 600 and some yards. Is that what you said?
Yeah, we've got him for, it is, no, hold on. It's 370 rushing yards in 12 games right now.
Okay, so you have him coming in late. Okay,
That's low.
that's
Yeah,
that's
25
low,
yards
but
carry.
12 games makes sense.
I thought Gardner Minshew would start
it's only
3
12
games.
games.
You think more for Minshew? You think 6 games, 7 games for Minshew?
We are projecting for 4.
Yeah, currently 4 is the projection for Minshew.
So that Richardson's rushing yards probably have to go up, guys.
Oh God, are we 13 games of Anthony Richardson?
300 yards. He'll have that. In
You guys should
his
be
first 3 games.
you guys should be projecting him for like 1,300 yards.
Yeah,
Thank you.
our projections team,
What do you
our
guys doing?
projections team
I mean,
sandbags
come on, dude.
quarterback rushing.
Jeez.
So this is only with 12 games.
Lamar Jackson or no?
Keep in mind,
Yeah.
12
You guys
games.
don't remember
This is
Lamar Jackson?
78 and a half rushing attempts. It's a nearly 5.0 yards per carry. And he's still at just under 400. We're not
I put
projecting
at
him for an entire
7.8
season now.
yards per carry and about 118 carries.
And by the way, this is Billy Muzio, who has won awards for the
You guys do know you have Jonathan Taylor here. So.
in the world for fantasy football.
Hey, I'm not
let's-
here to call out Billy at all. I'm just here to
we need
like,
to acknowledge that these guys know what they're doing, and we are cheerleaders for our favorite players, and they actually are giving us the cold clinical analysis of what these guys are actually going to do more likely than not.
Anthony.
So I just like to
Richardson-
point out, we have this
Anthony-
theme here. We think that Stroud's rushing yards are too low. Now we think Richardson's too low. We have to look at this from a mean projection standpoint. We're not doing ceiling projections from day one. And we still have Jonathan Taylor here. There's a lot of different rushing attempts in this team. And I understand they're going to get him involved, but it's not going to be for an entire 17 weeks for fantasy perspective.
Unbelievable.
There you have it, folks.
right.
Unbelievable.
Thank you guys. We'll appreciate it. We'll become.
I need to go to Aaron again.
We need to-
Aaron,
we need to
I
go
wanna
back-
I need to go back to Aaron.
All right. Let's go back.
I
to
don't
Aaron.
believe this Will Anderson trade. I don't believe the details of it. I've heard the details, but I don't believe my ears. Aaron, can you just reconfirm again for me so I can hear it? I have to hear this again. What on earth was Nick Caserio thinking? What the hell did he give up for an edge rusher that is a really
Undersized for
really good
NFL.
football player, but is undersized and is not giving you a lot of sort of premium value at the position at 3 versus the guy you would get at 13 or 23?
Well, because he went to Bama, it cost the Houston Texans their 12th pick, their 33rd pick, a first in 2024, a third in 2024 to move all the way up to pick 3 to draft the undersized edge rusher, Will Anderson. But don't worry, they also got pick 105 in return as well.
I can't.
It's
I
nuts. It's
I just-
quarterback money. It's quarterback assets.
It's not. So both of you did not have Will Anderson as the best defensive player in this class. Where were you at? Where do you rank Will Anderson in the talent at the defensive side of the ball for this class?
Number 2.
Number 2, I had Carter 1, Anderson 2, Nolan Smith 3.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up right now. I'm going to pull up Cody's big board.
Yep.
And on the big board, on playerprofiler.com, you go to the big board. It's in the NFL draft section. You have your grades.
Yep.
Okay, you give Will Anderson an 8.95. You give Nolan Smith an 8.93.
Yep.
That's a difference of 0.02 to go from Will Anderson to Nolan Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Miles Murphy, he's going to be available later, 8.22. What the
All
hell is
first round
going
talents.
on?
The first 2, Nolan and Will, I both said those are top 10 talents. Murphy still gets a first round grade, and I think he's a first round talent, but he's definitely not on the same tier. He's not on the same level as a Smith or an Anderson. But I mean, Anderson,
Smith
think
and
about-
Van Ness would
what-
have both been there at 12.
What did I text you though the other day? Right. Who's the only human on the planet right now that has ever won the Bronco Nagurski Award for the best college defensive player twice?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Will Anderson.
It's Will Anderson. He's a good college player. It's like I think that should have. I thought that should have been the Pickett too.
So the way you have to look at it is you have to look at it.
And
Then
then-
they took Will Anderson at 2, and they traded up to get Stroud at 3. That's how you have to look at it. That's how they paid.
Yep.
Felix Anadike-Azoma,
Dog.
7.27.
Yep.
Will McDonald, 7.21. This is not a chasm. This is a 1-point difference in grade between Will Anderson and guys you could get at the end of the first round. They should have been trading back from 12, not up to 3.
All right.
So we're not going to get. So Seattle's not trading out. It doesn't.
We
look
got to
like.
pick. We got to pick is
They're
in.
not trading out. Are they taking Jalen Carter?
The pick is it's not Jalen Carter. Remember they got Tariq Woolen last year? They got Kobe Bryant. They hit on 2 late round corners.
They're going.
They go
going Witherspoon.
They go with the dog, Devon Witherspoon out of Illinois. Number 5 here to the Seattle Seahawks. He was mocked heavily to the Lions. Or to the Raiders.
Well, hey, guess who the Lions get now? Hey, the Lions get Jalen Carter, and this thing's going to get real sick real fucking soon. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dan Campbell is smiling like the cat that just ate the goddamn canary.
He goes, come on, man.
I'm being serious.
The Lions are going to get the best player in the draft.
Yeah.
He goes, man, I think we just got ourselves a defensive line.
I think we just did. Wow.
Hutchinson
And Carter.
and Carter. Well, so for the record, though, on your big board, you do not have Witherspoon as the top corner in the class.
That's correct.
Who do you have? Gonzalez?
He has Joey Porter.
Joey Porter.
Oh, well, I love that. That's cool.
I mean, he had 37 and a half inch vertical. Probably would have been 42 if his arms weren't, pterodactyl level. Like I think his arms right now, he could probably touch his ankles without even bending. Like he is, he's looked at as having this issue of, he can only play man. He's only going to be like a one-on-one guy. You can't play him in zone. You can't do all this bullshit. You know what matters? The thing that matters of being a cornerback is if you can lock a dude up. If you got a dude that can go out there one-on-one with Justin Jefferson and lock his ass up, because we saw the Lions do it right, but they were playing zone. They had multiple dudes on him. Okudah could talk whatever talk he wanted. He didn't lock up Jefferson. It was zone. But if you got a dude, a Ramsey, something like that, Porter has those traits. I mean, come on, look at his family, right? Joe Porter Sr.'s there. Porter, for me, was cornerback 1 for a reason, is Gonzalez has the projection, right? Gonzalez is an athlete. Witherspoon's a dog. Porter has it in his family, in his genes. He's got the length. He's got the athleticism. He's got the talent. He's got it all. Penn State's never had a first-round DB. I think Porter's a savage, and he's a guy that belongs to be cornerback 1. I think,
he belongs to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
This isn't a great cornerback group. This is a good cornerback group.
He belongs to the Pittsburgh Steelers a little bit later on in the draft, I think.
Did you know that if you follow at Roto Underworld on Twitter, so what you should be doing is watching this broadcast on YouTube, but also following on your second screen, following at Roto Underworld, just have it tuned into that particular channel, just that and maybe a handful of others. We have video of me calling Anthony Richardson to the Colts up. It went up in real time as the pick came in. The video was posted of me talking about Anthony Richardson going to the Colts. And you saw that I was here, right? So you want to talk about some David Blaine shit? Okay. You want to talk about some David Blaine shit?
Some fucking street
you
magic.
can watch me live here and then videos of me talking about these players going to these teams going up in real time on social media. How the fuck is that possible?
Sleight of hand.
It's a sleight of hand. Let's go to the couch.
All right, let's go to the couch, see what these guys are doing. They haven't talked in a little bit. It looks like I think they've crushed about 3 beers since
They're over there laughing a lot.
we last went to them. Boys,
They're having a good time.
we've had Richardson go off to the Colts. We've had Witherspoon go off to the Sea Chickens. How we looking?
I just wanted to rewind about 30 minutes ago. I got dogged hard for the Houston pick. And they were geniuses about 30 minutes ago. And then about 27 minutes ago, they were not geniuses. So I'm feeling good about it. Listen, all the mocks had a Tyree at 2 and maybe a quarterback at 12. So they end up with a quarterback and an edge. They just did it the wrong way. We can't be mad about that. We knew they were going to do this. We knew they were going to mess up.
Awful. We were sitting right here on this very couch. What did we say? They got 3. Oh, they got 2, they got 12, and they'll still fumble the bag. Well, not only did they fumble the bag, they gave up the bag to the Cardinals. But, what do we want? What did we want, Nick? What do we want? Chaos.
We did want chaos. We did want chaos. But if we want Stroud to succeed, he needs weapons. And Mechie ain't it, and Schultz ain't it.
Factually correct, no doubt about it. Does Will Anderson double as a wide receiver or tight end?
If Darnell Washington can maybe play offensive tackle, maybe Will Anderson could get, hit in the slot a little bit.
Maybe. But, I love the Anthony Richardson pick to the Colts. He's got to be the one. He's probably the first quarterback off the board in Superflex now. He's got the weapons. Michael Pittman Jr., Alec Pierce, Jonathan Taylor, Woods at tight end. He's going to have weapon. He's going to run all over the place. He's playing indoors. He's going to have good conditions at home. That's what we like to see. My question is now, 3 quarterbacks off the board within the first 5 picks. Where do we see Levis go? Is Levis the guy someone now creeps up to get? Or can the Titans stay put and get their guy over at 11? What is going to happen now with Will Levis? What do you think?
I think we've seen teams get thirsty. I think
thirsty,
somebody's going to come get Levis. But I'm with you on Richardson. Those weapons are sexy.
Yes.
Stroud, not it. Young, not it. But let's see what the big guys have to say.
Yep. Let's kick it back to the main desk.
We got news.
And we're going to kick it to Aaron as soon as the details are in. Like we mentioned before, the Lions are not making this pick.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah, this is genius.
The Arizona Cardinals are now picking.
The Arizona Cardinals have come back up.
What?
From 12 to 6.
Oh.
Chaos.
Say it with me.
What happened to our guy? He was ranked the #1 general manager in the world for American football.
He's coming back up because Kyler Murray wants Paris Johnson.
Yep.
And you know what? As Mike Lombardi had said, you would, as bad as Kyler Murray has been, and whatever, is not as bad as he's been, but as much of an enigma that he's been as a player. If you would listen to his draft recommendations to take
Tristan
Wirfs, who they passed on, who he wanted badly, Creed Humphrey, who they passed on, who he wanted badly, they would be in a lot better spot right now.
All right.
Wait. So Kyler Murray is the quarterback and general manager now?
Well,
So
that's
Alex,
great.
we'll let
That's
you.
the way it should be.
We'll let you announce this one right here. The pick is in.
it's got to be Paris Johnson.
It's Paris Johnson.
Hey, that's a good pick, though.
It's a
If
good
you're going to
pick.
trade up for the best player at one of the most valuable positions.
But the thing is that everybody knew that offensive line there's no clear-cut top 10 offensive lineman in this class. And to take him at 3 would have been egregious, right? He didn't belong in the top 10. He didn't belong in the top 3. Zierlein said this for weeks. He's weeks. There's no top 10 talent at the offensive line position. So you go back from 3 to 12 and you rake picks. And then you go, we'll just jump back up to 6 and take the guy we could have got. We could have got at 3. Probably could have got him a little bit later, but got him at 6, and you made a little capital on that.
Well, we got to see the details, though. We got to see the Lions.
The details
Brad
are in.
Holmes is not going to let someone trade up 6 spots like that without getting a significant picks in return.
The details are in. Let's kick it to Aaron and see what we got.
All right. So the details are in for the trade. In order to move up to the 6th pick, it cost them the 12th pick and pick 34. So their early 2nd round pick is what it cost them to move up to pick 6 to take the Ohio State tackle.
And now what happens is the Lions are going to be in prime spot to take Nolan Smith or Lucas Van Ness. And that's what their plan has been the whole goddamn time.
Brad Holmes, man.
You know what I'm saying? It's like our Lions.
What's better than them? What's better than them getting Jalen Carter?
Yeah.
Well, now we know.
Because-
Them getting a free pick at the turn, the 1-2 turn.
And now lock in Jalen Carter to the Philadelphia Eagles at 10.
I mean,
I guess we'll. Who knows? Don't lock anything in right
dude,
now with the way that this draft
the-
is going.
who's on the
Say
clock
that
now
much.
after six?
Yeah.
If six is Paris Johnson, the Raiders are on the clock. Of all teams to enter chaos conversation, the Raiders are now on the clock, and we're gonna come right back to you shortly. We're gonna take a little break just for a minute. You just gotta tap in for a minute, and we're gonna come right back. And we're gonna the Raiders are gonna be on the clock. I mean, what are we doing here? Come on now.
Oh, I'm wearing Cody's hat in honor of Cody Carpentier. He has finished the rookie guide. It is a masterpiece, the best rookie guide you will read that combines both real NFL draft analysis and fantasy analysis. This guy goes deep. I mean, do you know who Tyon Evans is? This man wrote up and ranked 40 running backs, 40 wide receivers, 15 quarterbacks, and 23 tight ends. 23 tight ends? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. We've got fantasy rookie draft cheat sheets for Superflex and single quarterback to go along with these write-ups that include analytics player comps and play style player comps. All the stats you need, the analysis you need to understand what kind of impact these guys are going to have in the NFL and for your fantasy team. So go to playerprofiler.com, go to any player page, go to the NFL draft section, and click the button to get the rookie guide. It's just $10. That's it. That's all. It's not the most expensive, but it is the best.
We are back.
Get
and
the rookie
Raiders,
guide.
The Raiders are here.
If you're out there, if you're tuned in live and you don't have the rookie guide, shame on you. Go get it. And the best part is if you have a subscription to Dynasty Deluxe, it's part of Dynasty Deluxe. You get it for free.
And if you want Dynasty Deluxe, there's a special. You know, we've been talking about, code Matty, code Underworld, code Cody, do all that stuff. You get $10 off. Today, tomorrow, and Saturday only, promo code DRAFT will get you $20 off the all-in package at playerprofiler.com. Dynasty Deluxe, data analysis, the rookie guide, your ranking. I mean, everything on the website. Code DRAFT, $20 off. All right.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank me. Thank Podfather.
That's
Thank
what makes
everybody.
this possible. We wouldn't be here right now without all-in subscribers. Period. The end.
The end.
That's for sure.
All right. Raiders are on the clock. What's the pick, dude?
I was saying, can it even be a corner now? I'm not even sure.
I think Gonzalez is falling. I don't think Gonzalez is going here.
Do you know what the Raiders need? Do you know what the Raiders need right now? Is a starter.
Yeah.
They need a starter. They need a guy who can come in and be a starter for their football team. And that can happen via the cornerback position, but it can happen via a lot of other there's a lot of ways to skin this cat if you're the Raiders. And there's a lot of could they
just take the
Could
best.
they-
just
could
take
they
the
go-
best
could they-
player
could they go-
available.
could
They
they go
have so
quarterback?
many needs. They need offensive line. They had a strong offensive line a couple of years ago,
Could they go
and it's been completely dismantled. The pick should be Broderick Jones. That should be the pick with Paris Johnson off the board. It should be Broderick Jones. Actually, Cody has Broderick Jones graded higher than Paris Johnson.
But what about so let's see. So I just want to
Can you name the right tackle right now? Any of you?
for the Raiders?
Yeah.
No, not off the top of my head.
It's Jermaine Illuminor.
So for the Raiders, oh gosh.
Right. Broderick Jones should be the pick. You want to go Peter Skoronski? That's fine too. Darnell
No,
White,
no,
I don't
no.
care.
Skoronski or
No. Skronsky's not.
I'm just saying,
Skronsky's-
offensive line should be the pick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the point.
If you go another direction, it's probably a mistake.
Broderick Jones will be the pick.
I hope so. It should be. He's what
You need a
they should
starter.
pick.
You need a starter.
He's
If you're the Raiders, like the
6'5", 310. He's the perfect right tackle in the NFL. This is what they need. And he's the second best player available if they're not into Jalen Carter. I know some teams,
and guess what this
they're
does?
trying to move on. Like the Raiders are trying to change their culture. They're trying to not necessarily draft the riskiest player on the board every time anymore. I get it. So go Broderick Jones.
And if that happens, what that does is it brings up this whole issue about what's going to happen with picks 11 through 19 that was the offensive tackle sweet spot for these guys. A lot of people were depending on guys like Broderick Jones, falling. Maybe Paris Johnson going all the way to 9. to the Chicago Bears. If that doesn't happen, what are the Jets of the world going to do? That all of a sudden for the Jets, that little fucking switch off in the Aaron Rodgers trade from 13 to 15, all of a sudden that becomes super important.
They might have to draft Anton Harrison.
Well, I like
or go with an Osiris Torrance or one of the, you know what I'm saying? That like maybe some guy like that.
I love the name Osiris.
It sounds like a good one.
That's a great name.
Right.
I don't know, dude. I want to see the Raiders pick has been taking a minute to come in. I really want to see them blow something up here. But while we wait,
it's going to be offensive line.
While we
It
wait,
has to be,
we
doesn't
appreciate all you guys. Make sure you click that like button, click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 20,000 subs. We're pushing to get there. And I think we can do it by the end of the weekend. Shout out to all of you guys. We appreciate all you guys. Make sure you click that join button too if you want to support Player Profiler.
Share the link, man.
And share the link.
Share
Get
the
your
link on
friends in
social
here.
media.
This
Yeah,
shit
why
beats the
not?
hell out of NFL Network. We're like 17 minutes ahead of NFL Network, and I think about 27 ahead of ESPN. And they also don't have any fantasy analysis. They don't have a projections corner. They don't have a casting couch with a couple of
casting couch.
What the fuck?
What kind of shit have you been watching?
Bro, I haven't seen a female in 2 days. Give me a break.
Weinstein's in jail. Throw it to the couch.
All right, to the casting couch we go.
You've just put a whole different expectation of what we're supposed to do here on the couch. I don't know what to do. What are you guys doing to us? I mean, we're just enjoying the draft. You know, we're seeing what you guys are doing. You guys are cracking us up. The analysis is top notch, truly elite. The 101 in draft coverage, in my humble opinion. But man, you say something like that, it just throws me into a whole tizzy. The chaos of the draft with this thing over there in the main desk. What am I supposed to do?
I don't even know. What just happened? What happened to us?
Have another beer, maybe?
Yeah, I think we need another beer.
You guys got nothing for us.
We got nothing right now.
nothing. Wait
We're
till later.
speechless.
Man, what are you guys doing?
All right, the Raiders pick is in, and I guarantee you that there was not a single mock that had this guy going here because he either went at 2 or 14 in every single mock. His name is
Tyree.
They also have Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. So
Why did they do that?
great pick, Raiders.
This is a terrible pick. I mean, I usually say, hey, best player available. Don't draft based on need. But in this case, they had players that are better and would help their football team more. And this also was the last on the list of need positions.
In the end, though, it's the first on the list of positions that, you know,
Important.
you know, it's tied with corner, left tackle, and quarterback, you know, as far as the ones that are just the most important as far as winning actual football games. And when you consider the fact that this is a left defensive end that has the wingspan of, you know, at 6'6", has the wingspan of a 7 foot tall, you know, NBA player like Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's like he's got the same wingspan.
Okay.
There's a lot to that, to where if you just, you know, if you look at it almost from like an analytics standpoint, you know, say generally like his arms are like, we have 4 extra inches on this guy's arms versus anybody else's as far as when he's bending the edge to get to the quarterback.
35 and 5/8 inch arms.
Yeah.
35 and 5/8 inch arms. And
86.
If he did test, if his foot was 100%, and it's not, he's still got hardware in there that he shouldn't have in there. But he is best comparable to Chandler Jones on Player Profile.
86-inch wingspan, very, very, very unproductive. He was not a problem in college. He was not a problem for Big 12 teams to face.
How is that possible? How can you have the wingspan, be 6'6", 270, be explosive, and not be as disruptive as other players?
You know how you can do that? It's called you ain't got that dog. You ain't got it.
He's not it.
He ain't got a dog.
He's not it. The Raiders are
He's
going
got
to
a little
Raider.
fucking chihuahua.
Not only did they draft a guy they didn't need, they drafted a guy that wasn't the best available defensive player. He wasn't the best fit for what they need either. So he didn't fit a need that they have. They need offensive line, and he's not the best defensive player.
It makes me wonder.
He's also risky.
It makes me wonder, what do teams know about Jalen Carter? Do they know something that we don't?
No, they're scared. They're scared.
You know, do they know
I
something
think
that we
that
don't?
it's possible that the things we know that Jalen Carter did wrong is the tip of the iceberg. That is very possible.
So and it feels like this is, I mean, Tyree Wilson this whole time has been, for me, Cody and I, we've talked about it dating back to the Senior Bowl and going to the Combine and talking to Big 12 offensive tackles about this guy. They just say he's like, nobody mentions him as being that big of a problem. He's not a guy for me, as a close observer of Big 12 football. When I preview these games and I look at these games and I say, what's the big matchup here? The big matchup is never Tyree Wilson versus whatever offense. It just isn't. He's not. He's never been a huge impact player. What he is a huge player.
Right.
With
So
long
he
arms.
inspires the imagination. But we've had guys drafted in the top 10 that inspired the imagination that didn't necessarily translate, or they couldn't find a position. They were too much of a tweener. He's not necessarily a tweener,
He sucks.
but
Okay, so what this is we're gonna kick this to Theo because the Falcons are coming up right now, and I think there's a little interest in Bijan here, but I do want to kick to Theo because he's live, boots in the ground. But first, we just got to recap this pick: Tyree Wilson, Clellan Ferrell 2.0. Yes, probably. Okay, here, Theo, what's going on? my brother?
Deion Lewis 2.0.
Deion Jordan. Clellan Ferrell
wait,
2.0.
but certainly not Deion.
The
But
opposite
certainly
of
not
Deion.
Deion Lewis, who
Deion
was
Jordan.
on
Deion
like
Jordan.
5'6".
Deion Jordan.
Theo G, how we doing?
I'm waiting on this pick from Atlanta, Cody. This is my prediction. Bijan to the Falcons. I'm hoping it happens right here. I did not get to hear your guys' reactions to the Anthony Richardson pick, but I'm sure you guys are pretty bullish on him in a Shane Steichen offense next to Jonathan Taylor. Because I know we are. And no, I'm getting excited for this one with Bijan.
Appreciate you, OG. We'll come back to you when some fantasy relevant shit pops up, but we'll see if Bijan comes here right at the
Wait. If Tyree Wilson comes dressed like this,
this is
I almost don't even mind anymore.
This is the suit.
Hey,
that I'm
Raiders,
talking about.
great pick.
Suits?
Great pick if this is the way he dresses.
Oh my!
I had no idea he was this fly.
He's got like size 68 freaking shoes.
Look at this dude.
Shut up.
Oh wow!
Wow. Oh, look, he's just picking up Goodell.
Goodell.
Oh my gosh.
All
Look
right.
at him.
Dude, look at the sunglasses are cool too.
All right. Where's this? Hey.
Oh,
Ready to run it?
Yeah.
All right, ready? Right here. Just wait a second here. The pick is in, and we finally got some fantasy football relevant shit tapping in. It's Bijan Robinson.
Chalk alert. Yes, fantasy points. We have fantasy points coming to the NFL. Top 10 running backs are not dead yet.
Woo! I'll say the first thing that I want to say here is that I love Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson is probably the most the like face of the player that you would want to cover at the college level. Everything about the guy is perfect. It's clean. It's
Not Jalen Carter.
It is. He's going to be the perfect. He's going to be the perfect kind of face of a franchise. And also, what I'm sad about is that Bijan is not going to be the guy that sets down roots in Austin, Texas, and creates businesses and is part of our community. He's going to be a big part of the Atlanta community. He's going to Atlanta. That's his new home. That's what he's going to do. The people there are going to love him just the same way that we loved him in Austin. And that's where he's going to live. That's what he's going to do. He's going to be he's going to be an amazing player for them.
How come this? How come this felt like it was supposed to be an amped up, happy thing, and it's like,
What are you talking about? Good work. Bijan Robinson is a top 10 pick for fantasy football going to Atlanta, a run-first team.
Yeah.
This is great news for fantasy. Why are you trying to make me cry? What's wrong with you? Who cares about the community? I could get What?
Once you know Bijan, you'll understand.
The community? What about
Look,
fantasy?
Look, as far as fantasy is concerned, he's going to be joining it back.
Fantasy point.
He's going to be joining a guy that gained 1,000 yards last year as a rookie. He's going to be in some version of a running back by committee, at least to some point. You think that the Algier stuff will probably I don't know. How do you got like?
You know who has
where's
a
the
lot
projection corner?
We know we need to go to Theo because
Where's the
Theo,
projection corner?
Theo has
Like-
been very bullish on Tyler Algier because he said if he survives the draft, if he survives. Well, Tyler Algier is the deadest running back who's still alive.
Gosh. Hey, he's the Neo dodging bullets. They tried to dodge one like this and just got one right through the center of the throat.
What?
He's
That's
Neo.
that's
dodging
gru-
bullets.
That's gruesome.
What's gruesome?
So on what? So first of all, you're
things are gruesome. This is gruesome for Tyler Algier.
dude. What are you doing?
How do you feel
Like,
if you're
you're
Tyler Algier?
melodramatic on the one hand. You're melodramatic. Talking about some irrelevant community
Goddamn it,
bullshit.
trash man. Tyler Algier.
And then you're talking about guys getting shot in the neck.
Tyler
What
Algier
the
got
fuck is wrong with
Tyler
you?
Algier got a shot through the neck.
Can you just say stuff that's fantasy relevant?
All right, yeah.
What do you think where do you think he's going to rank for you in seasonal leagues? Bijan Robinson, where are you going to be drafting him? Stay focused and don't go writing a novel or some Wadsworth Longfellow poem.
Okay.
And please don't cut to like
Okay,
an
all right.
episode of
Fair-
an R-rated
fair
action
enough.
movie.
I think when we get to 2023 redraft in earnest, Bijan Robinson will go at the 2.10, and you'll draft him dragging along a Tyler Algier that's had a shotgun blast right through the bottom of
Okay,
the
well, we just lost all monetization.
This is so
but
crazy.
we appreciate
That's
the thought.
ultra violence.
So we got the projection corner ready to go, but we do have a little bit of breaking news. The Chicago Bears have made a trade,
another one.
and the
another trade
Eagles,
down.
the Eagles have came up
to get Jalen Carter.
one spot.
No, they thought Jalen Carter was going to the Bears. They had
Yep.
to get him. They had to get their guy.
They're getting Jalen Carter.
As usual, the team that trades down the most wins the draft. And that's the Chicago Bears. So far, the Chicago Bears have won this draft. Of all the picks that are coming in, and Bryce Young.
The Cardinals have won.
Listen, though. This is the thing: is they literally moved. Listen to this trade, though. They moved from 10 to 9.
Yeah, it's nothing.
No, 10 to 9. They didn't go 10 to 8. They went 10 to 9. They moved up with the Bears to get Jalen Carter.
We think.
No, that's what it was.
Oh, that's the pick.
That's the pick.
Okay,
The pick
great.
is in.
Okay, the pick's in.
10 to 9 to
Good.
get Jalen
I
Carter.
finally got one right.
Dude, Jalen Carter to the Eagles is not fair. And this goes back to another, misguided trade up by the Saints last year. We were here at the draft in Vegas lamenting what a bad trade up that was for the Saints and what a genius move by Howie Roseman it was to get the Saints first rounder in 2023. And they've just used it to draft the best player in the entire player pool. Think about that.
There it is. Jalen Carter
Eagles.
goes 9 to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles.
Let's kick it to the projection corner and finally talk a little Bijan Robinson.
So Arthur Smith gets his running back, and we expect him to use him like he did with Derrick Henry. Bijan Robinson comes in with a 47% rush share, 228 rush attempts on the season, a little over 1,000 rushing yards, and 9.5 on the ground. Tyler Algier goes down to 26% of the rush share. So his stats get absolutely just nuked into the ground. Rushing attempts is 126 rushing attempts. His touchdowns are going to go down to 4, a little over 4.25, and his rushing yards just hovering above 500. Dario's going to talk about the passing game.
the passing game is, we've got 11% target share for Bijan Robinson. He's going to come in at currently, this is a pretty modest projection, even though it's 7.5 yards per reception. It's only about 350 yards. There's still room for him to grow in the passing game, but they do have Cordero Patterson still. We think that this is going to completely evaporate Patterson as a rushing weapon. He's going to be mainly a receiving weapon. However, this is still enough to put Bijan Robinson at almost 1,300 yards, double-digit touchdowns. He's jumps into running back 9 in our projections, just behind Nick Chubb and ahead of Tony Pollard. Liking the
the power of the draft capital to motor a guy into 1,000 rushing yards. So late second round,
Wait,
you're
wait,
smashing.
wait.
Bijan
What does
Robinson.
projections have? What does projection corner have him for receptions and for receiving yards?
It's still pretty modest in that department. I think it's 300
Bump it
receiving
up
yard-
if it's
350 receiving yards on 42 receptions. Pretty solid for a rookie, but I think, we still think there's going to be a little bit of Patterson involvement, and this is just not an offense that is going to throw the ball a lot. I mean, we saw that with Drake London. We saw that with Kyle Pitts. This is not an offense that is going to be projected for a lot of pass attempts. 11% target share translates to 57 targets, 42 receptions, 343 receiving yards, 2 more touchdowns through the air.
Have I already told you that this fucking guy's sharp? This guy right here.
Dude,
Yeah.
we have the best projections team in the industry.
Jesus Christ,
It's
man.
it's no joke.
I was about to talk shit, then he gave his answer. Yeah.
Dario was a math major at USC, and Billy was the number 1 ranked seasonal ranker and the most consistent over a 5-year period for fantasy pros.
Yeah. Pretty good.
I do have to say I agree with everything that Alex said. Tyler Algier just absolutely nuked into the ground here with his rushing share, his rushing attempts, his total yards, everything. So for those of you who had been holding on to Tyler Algier, hoping that he would avoid the draft, I'm sorry to break it to you, but it's not going to. We just are going to see it just
he's the draft's
just
biggest loser.
Big loser, Tyler Algier.
Biggest loser.
We need to get Theo on the stream because Theo has been soaking up a lot of Algier. I think he's overexposed. We're gonna get Theo on the.
We're gonna call Theo up, but first we gotta go through these trade details. The trade details are in, and we just kind of glossed over it. We gotta kick it back to Aaron. Aaron, you got any update for us on trade details?
All right. Jalen Carter was the number 1 player in this draft. There is no argument on that. And he just went to the Philadelphia Eagles, who were in the Super Bowl, and all it cost the Eagles was a 2024 4th-round pick to move up 1 spot to take the best player in the draft. But on top of that, there's another trade that I've got to update. The Lions and Cardinals deal. So the Cardinals moved up and got the 6th pick, and they did give up the 12th and the 34th pick. But the Cardinals also got the 81st overall pick. The Lions got the 168th overall pick. So the Cardinals got another pick.
Later in the draft. So the Cardinals got a pick upgrade later in the draft. So that good reporting from Aaron. And now I want to hear from Theo. We got to talk about Tyler Algier.
OG in the house.
Not a lot of fun to talk about Tyler Algier, Matt. This is a tough one for Tyler Algier. Dynasty managers, it's about the worst possible outcome because he just got Bijan.
He got Bijan. Hey,
Bijan.
Theo, thank you for we had to wait. By the way, we had to wait to throw it to Theo because he had to wipe the egg off his face. So he had some egg with yolk, and it was real runny and it wasn't cooked.
I had to wipe the tear, like the sentimental tears out of my eyes.
Oh yeah,
Like, you do that for me.
Theo had to
Theo had to rub the egg out of his face.
Right.
There was all kinds of rubbing out of our faces.
That's
that we
right.
had to deal with.
That's right. There's a
Why
lot
are
of
we
crying
rubbing out?
involved.
Why are we rubbing out? That's on the casting couch. That's not
What
for
did?
us.
What did?
I'm not sure what you guys are doing over here.
Actually, hold on, Theo. Hold on, Theo. What did Tyler Algier mean for the Atlanta community, Alex? And will this pick of Bijan Robinson somehow negatively impact the Atlanta community?
You wait and see what Bijan Robinson does.
He's going to open up about 7 wing stops and
I'm just I'm gonna have to get my son a Bijan Robinson Atlanta Falcons jersey. I mean, we talk about landing spots, Matt. We just talked about this on First Class Fantasy today about where he's going to go in terms of redraft. Forget dynasty, but redraft wise, Bijan lands in a situation where they're going to feed him the rock as much as he can handle. The last season in Tennessee, Arthur Smith gave Derrick Henry 378 carries. So, I mean, we're talking about as much as Bijan can handle.
oh, Algiers Trey Mason. Okay.
I don't think so. Algier was Trey Mason. That's from the chat.
Okay.
Kevin Imani.
Trey Mason.
We thought you were
Trey Mason.
coming at Bijan like that. We were about to just put the pit bull on your ass.
Well,
nobody can come at
to ban you from the
Here's the
chat.
thing. I know Kevin Imami. I know Kevin. He actually runs one of our patron leagues. So patreon.com/podfather. That's how that's another way to support us. And patrons can join a dynasty league and compete against me. And Kevin runs one of those leagues. There's a sprawling network of dynasty leagues. You want to join a dynasty league, patreon.com/podfather. Kevin runs a league. He's a good guy. And he was not comparing Bijan Robinson to
Algier
to Trey Mason. He was saying that Algier got
the
Trey Mason
to
because
the
I
Todd
see what
Gurley.
happened is I turned Trey Mason into a verb. You
Yeah, I
get
got you.
Trey Mason, where I remember he was a 3rd-round pick
Yes.
for a couple months, and then the Rams drafted Gurley, and his career was essentially over. Algier will be heard from again.
Hey, do you know what though? Nobody.
OG, we appreciate you. We're gonna come back to you as soon as the next
Talk to
guy.
you guys soon.
No, hold on. Theo, don't hang up. Theo, don't hang up.
Okay.
Theo, what are you
I'm
doing
here.
with Tyler Algier and Dynasty? You have all this Tyler Algier. You're overexposed to Tyler Algier. You were irresponsible in how much Tyler Algier you compiled in your portfolio. How do you justify this to your shareholders? And what are you going to do with Algier now in Dynasty?
Well, Matt, I'm happy to say that in FFPC leagues, I cleared out my Tyler Algier. I have no Tyler Algier shares left. The last one was sent in a package with Stephon Diggs to get Ken Walker, and one was sent in a big package with a number of picks to get David Montgomery. So I am Algier free, and I hope that all of our listeners are as well.
Hey, Theo, can we see the background behind you? Can you show us where you're at and like kind of how it?
Sure, we're in the meeting room.
The scene around there, like what's it like where you're at?
I have a local celebrity, Anand Nanduri.
Oh,
next to me.
well, that's a
And then I
celebrity
have
right there. We
another
know that guy.
celebrity
We know.
in
Oh,
Jack
we know these
Cavanagh.
guys.
And I
Oh
found,
yeah,
and even
yeah,
better than
okay.
that, I found the Wi-Fi sweet spot, guys. So no more chopping up.
They finally
We're in
got
good
decent
Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi.
territory. We got the room.
All
We got
right.
the Wi-Fi room.
Love it.
Go.
We're good.
All right.
We appreciate you
I'll
guys.
talk to you guys soon. Talk to you guys soon.
The player profile dudes are just huddled around the wireless router around those like get back my precious.
Yeah, they know that.
Stand back, everybody.
Yeah.
This is my precious right
They're like building a fire. They got a little like a smoldering charcoal. We got some fire here. We got some Wi-Fi. Everybody huddle around, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
we got to pick in.
Oh wow! Finally, who we got?
Alex, who did you have the Bears taking?
I think the Bears are going to be taking at this point
No, who'd you mock him?
Skoronski,
Okay, well you're close.
Broderick Jones.
No, now you're further away.
Who?
Darnell Wright.
Darnell Wright,
10th
goes to the
overall.
Bears. Woo, he had an over-under of like 19.5 just earlier today.
Well, he's an offensive lineman who's a giant man, and that's where these guys go. They're really, really valuable. You can't find them in free agency. No one will trade you one. That's why you need to draft them.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of good ones, and that's the point. It's like now what's going to happen whenever we look at what's going to happen with the course of the next few picks, this is the offense. This is offensive tackle city here, right? Like we're gonna have the offensive tackles go off the board between now. The Buccaneers are just holding their breath.
Tennessee, Detroit, Green Bay, the next 3 picks.
That somebody's going to be able to fall to them.
So look at so Darnell Wright plops right in there for the Bears, and you look at their offensive line. They move Tevin Jenkins
Tennessee's next
to guard.
Tennessee's
You put Darnell
next.
at right guard, right tackle, and you all of a sudden have an offensive line where you got Braxton Jones last year in the 5th round. You got Tevin Jenkins. You plug him in at right guard. You got Patrick. You got
Is
you got
Tevin
Lucas
Jenkins
Patrick.
still a huge fuck up?
This
They're moving in the guard.
This was a major need and a major upgrade. This is a great pick.
Yeah.
The Bears are killing it, man. I know that the Cardinals, what they got was so absurd and irresponsible and ridiculous.
Cody,
from the
did you have
Texans.
Darnell right ahead of Broderick Jones?
No,
No.
Broderick Jones is my best tackle.
Broderick Jones is still available.
He's still available, correct?
He's Cody's best player available right now.
So is Mike Vrabel about to and Rand Carthon about to swindle in here? And
What about Will Levis?
Levis, Skoronski, or Broderick?
What about Levis?
What about Levis?
Levis, it ends up being the one. Levis is the
They
one who
didn't
falls.
trade up. They were going to trade up.
After all
Everyone
the
was
talk.
talking-
Levis is- Levis is
no.
Wrong.
Peter Skoronski.
It's Skoronski.
Skaronski. You don't like him?
Oh, I love him.
Oh, of course you love him. Northwestern.
Yeah, of course.
Skaronski.
No,
That's
I
a
don't-
football
I don't-
name.
I don't give a shit about Northwestern. Like you look at me like I was Northwestern.
But I would have been like, Texas.
That's why I went to fucking Northwestern.
No, man. I think that.
That was in Chicago. Skaronski. Come on.
Yeah, man.
You're going to love that pick.
Do you know what this means? This
Is-
means that the Patriots do so my over 8.5 on Christian Gonzalez that I bet earlier is like the best bet I've ever made in my life.
What about Will Levis, though? Will Levis is officially in free fall.
Good.
Will Levis is
He'll go
going
to Tampa Bay. He'll go to Tampa Bay and beat Baker Mayfield out in preseason. And guess what? Guess who's that? Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Rashad White.
What team can stop the bleeding on Will Levis? Washington at 16. And if Washington doesn't like Levis,
No. They like Howell.
What if the
so then you got Tampa at 19. You
what
think
about
Tampa
what,
at 19?
what about the Lions at 17?
I think the Lions
The
are.
Lions are up at 12.
Oh,
That's
I
right.
forgot there was all this
That's
stuff that
right.
got messed up. So I'm still
That's
looking at the
right.
original draft order.
Oh no, that's right. The
Um,
Houston Texans traded out. The Cardinals had the 12th pick now.
Hold on,
The
wait.
Lions have the 12th pick
Hold
now.
on.
What did I say? Cardinals. No, the Cardinals did another. They did have it, but then they traded to the Lions because it was another trade. Jesus, my head is spinning. It was the Cardinals did have it for a minute.
I need to pull up the official NFL draft.
It's the Lions
tracker.
have
It's
it.
because the one that I have up right now is completely out of sorts.
So what is Brad Holmes thinking?
He's thinking he's a fucking G.
Brad Holmes is so good at this. He's the best GM in the league. Brad Holmes is the best GM in the league. Is that crazy to say?
No, but I think that
Let's go to the couch. I want to get some where there's some GM rankings from the couch.
These guys have cranked out like 8 beers. They got me a drink. Cheers to these guys. Make sure you click that like button, click that subscribe button. I appreciate all 500 of you guys in the chat. You guys are absolute dogs. And we're going to the couch right now and see what these bad boys got to say. You know, I don't know, Bills and Panthers over here.
Matty, we just heard about community. We hear about Brad Holmes. We heard about the best player in the draft getting taken, and it kind of got glossed over. It's a perfect fit in Philadelphia. He's playing with his boys. He's playing with Davis. He's playing with Dean. Howie is crushing it. If they would have moved up to 4, we would have been fine with it. They got a ton of draft capital. He's a perfect fit in their system. Davis and Carter, whoa, baby.
Brad Holmes, very good general manager, great team builder, second best, I would say, behind Howie Roseman. We had a lot of talk.
That's fair.
We had a lot of talk here at the house yesterday about what would the Eagles do? Could they move up to 6? Could they move up to 3? What would they do to get Jalen Carter? They were the one team that had a lot of insulation for the off-the-field stuff for Jalen Carter because they got his mentor, Jordan Mountain Davis. They got Nakobe Dean. They got his boys on that squad. And now try running up the middle against them. Try. You ain't doing it. And they still got him. What did they have to move? Did they have to move pick 30? Nope. Did they have to move a 24 first or second? Nope. Did they have to move a third round pick in the next 2 years? Nope. They moved a 4th round pick to get their guy. They still have pick 30. They can absolutely ball out. Now, let's talk about Brad Holmes. Move back from 6. Now you got 6. You got 12, 18. Now you have the 34th pick. So the third pick in the second round. They're going to have 3 picks in the second round. Tomorrow night, they're going to go bonkers. They're going to be like Pac-Man Jones at the strip club tomorrow, making it rain with those picks. Love it. But Brad Holmes, number 2.
Woo! It's not a slight on Holmes. But Howie, come on, guys. Howie's the truth. Howie.
It's a good point.
These guys are animals.
Howie's good.
Animals.
We can't give it to Holmes yet.
We're among animals.
No, listen. Howie was relegated under the Chip Kelley regime. Howie Roseman was relegated, then he survived. He stayed around. He was humiliated.
He got sent down to the dungeon like the what was that guy on Game of Thrones? Like the Reek.
Yes.
He got sent down and he's like, "Oh, my precious!" Like he had to come up and like.
You know about Lord of the Rings?
Oh, that's Lord of the Rings.
But it's true. Like
It's all real geeky shit. These people
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying. He got relegated. He got sent to the dungeon.
right.
He got his nuts cut off.
right.
And then
Now that is
He
you're
goes
back
back
with
from the
Game of
dead.
Thrones again. You're back with Game of Thrones again. The guy they cut the guy's nuts off in Game of Thrones, but Gollum, my precious, that's Lord of the Rings.
got it.
Okay, I actually agree with you.
Oh, shit.
Levis just got picked.
Oh, listen here.
Levis just got
Oh,
picked.
projection corner. Get your goddamn panties out of a bunch. We got a pick, boys. And this is a pick number 12 with the Detroit Football Lions replacing DeAndre Swift is Jahmyr Gibbs.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
What?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
What?
Now, Howie Roseman's definitely number 1.
Oh, Howie Roseman's definitely number 1 now. Oh.
Wow.
Oh no! Why?
No, dude, what happened this year with DeAndre Swift?
He's dead. DeAndre Swift is
What happens this year?
gone.
with David Montgomery, projection corner. What happens?
I tell you what,
Why are they doing this?
raise your hand if you've never
Dude,
owned
everything's fucked.
a share of DeAndre Swift, boys. We're here, team anti DeAndre
Or
Swift.
wait, no. What if no?
Jahmyr Gibbs goes 12, bro.
What if
12?
What if you would have gotten in on the David Montgomery steam of hoping to get all the Jamal Williams touchdowns? It's not going to happen now. You got 3 of these guys for this year. Are you kidding me?
Why are they doing this? Why?
Brad Holmes, get off of Mount Rushmore.
What happened to Brad?
I love it. Monty Austin Ford takes your spot.
15 minutes ago, I was speculating about the possibility that Brad Holmes
you
is the best
kidding?
general manager in the league.
That was like 47 seconds ago.
Now he's not top 5. You can't draft a running back who's not even an all-purpose back, a bell cow in the teens with all these great players available.
This is the
and
thing.
be one of the best general managers in the league. You can't do that with a straight face.
But wait, he's done all this despite the fact that he weighs less than 200 pounds.
How about the fact that they have picked, not only did they have picked 12 after they traded back, listen to this shit. They had picked 18, 34, 48, and 55. How many? You could
Why?
have gotten literally anything else at the running back. But like, you have to literally think that Jahmyr Gibbs is literally Chris Johnson right now. If you're going to pick him at 12.
They just could have gone chalk and gone Broderick Jones.
They should have.
You just gone chalk.
We would have
Get
said
Broderick Jones. One of the best lines in football. Broderick Jones, chalk again. Yeah, point of attack, building the foundation out, continuing the process.
Do you know what this says to
This
anybody
is terrible.
to anybody that owns DeAndre Swift in Dynasty? It's good news and it's bad news. The bad news
The pain is over.
The bad news is, as you know, the Lions hate him. The good news is he's
beta.
talented,
Fucking beta.
and you know he's somewhere else next year.
He's
period.
gone.
Like, it's absolutely a 100% lock. It was always a lock, but this just says it.
Well, could they trade him now? Couldn't they trade him?
What?
Shouldn't
What are
they
you
trade
gonna
him?
get? What are you going to get?
Who cares?
What do you get for these fucking DeAndre?
Swift sucks.
Swift is
He's
this whole thing-
hyper efficient. He does not suck.
and
he's not the hardest worker. He doesn't have a high dog rating.
that's why I kept telling you, man. It's like the whole thing about DeAndre Swift about having him even in the top 50 for dynasty startups and stuff. It's just tough, man. When his own team hates him.
Well, let's see. Where okay, look at the player profiler dynasty rankings. We've got to find DeAndre Swift. Where do we have him overall? Oh god.
I'm going vegan, by the way.
We have him at 45 overall.
Okay.
Oh no.
He
He's
needs to
gonna
move
move down.
He needs to be moved down.
He's gonna move down.
Is projection corner ready? Do you think they got projections for Jahmyr Gibbs yet? Because I don't think they projected him in round 1. This is nuts. You want some? You want some venison? You want
No,
some-
but there are a handful of teams that we know are great decision makers, and we can
Let's force it a
trust a
little colder.
rational decision-making process. We can trust a rational prospect evaluation process, and that they're going to build a team the right way. This is such a betrayal.
Wow.
For everything that I had so much hope invested in this team. I had so much hope invested in Sashi Brown with Cleveland, and then time and time again, as an analytics person that cares about the probabilities of teams winning and losing and making team building decisions to improve those probabilities, that a team would just ignore all that, ignore the math, and do something this catastrophically stupid.
It's
There's
one of the,
so few teams that you can trust. I thought I could trust the Lions. I thought I could trust them. That they would do the right thing.
now you're acting like me with Bijan moving to Atlanta.
You got me in a sensitive place. I know. We're going to talk about what Jahmyr Gibbs is going to mean to the Detroit community.
Do you know what? Have we gone to projection corner to see what they have about David Montgomery?
They're not ready yet, man. There's too many backs in that back. We got to give them at least a couple more minutes. They're not ready for.
Of course
for
they're
the
not
pain.
ready. Nobody's ready for this
They're-
fucking pain. I mean, dude, if we look at where in the most recent underdog stuff about where David Montgomery's been going, just based on the fact that people know that they hate DeAndre Swift, and if he's anything like 3/4 of the touchdowns of Jamal Williams last year, and he's a little bit of a better, just a better pure runner. All of a sudden, you're looking at a dude you take 5th, 6th round in these early best ball drafts, not in this new Superflex one that they're doing, but certainly a guy whose ADP has gotten elevated big time. He's fucked now. This is all.
Montgomery's spot?
Yes, this is all
Why?
fucked. This is
Why?
all fucked.
This is bad for DeAndre Swift.
This is dude.
Gibbs
The
fits
law
that
of the
role.
conservation of targets, Matt. It fucks everybody. You're the one who originally.
You're talking about the
Boys.
law. You're talking about the law of the conservation of touches.
Boys,
But yes.
the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. The stat that I put in my last mock, everyone put JSN right, and the stat was 11 of 12 first-round picks under Brian Gutekunst was defense. Lucas Van Ness, edge rusher from Iowa.
That's a great pick.
You know what? It's a great pick.
What a
And
great pick.
my whole thing was at 13, I finally bought into the idea that maybe just to say fuck you to Aaron Rodgers one last time, they take a wide receiver with their first round pick.
Action Jack. Let's go to Action Jack. Let's see what Action Jack has to say about the Swift spot here. Action Jack, you better be ready.
I am not happy. I am not happy at all. The fact that Brad Holmes, we gave him so much credit. He was such a good general manager for his first 2 drafts. And then he goes and takes a running back at 12. And don't get me wrong, I love the trade down. But for a running back, and I know they're out on DeAndre Swift, but this is just not a good use of draft capital at all. DeAndre Swift better get traded, because what's the point of having him on the roster? This is just a blunder by Brad Holmes, and I'm not happy.
Yeah, unforced error by Brad Holmes here. Absolute unforced error.
Unforced error.
Also understood what the hell he was thinking. Where do you want DeAndre Swift to go? Where would his fantasy stock be sort of best rescued?
The Miami Dolphins.
Kansas City. He takes the Jerick McKinnon role in Kansas City. Smack.
Kansas City trades for DeAndre Swift. I would like that. I would like that a lot. I would like that very much. Because they have not yet re-signed Jerick McKinnon. He's still a free agent.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I think that would be fine. There are a lot of places. DeAndre Swift's a great player. For some reason, Detroit hates him. Maybe they know things that we don't know. You know, it's like, man, DeAndre Swift, dude.
He's been controversial often.
Being a DeAndre Swift owner in Dynasty has really just been one kicked in the, it's after the next for year after year after year. It really has been.
I've had some fair offers for DeAndre Swift, and I regret it.
Wait, you assholes have owned DeAndre Swift in Dynasty?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm sorry.
No, not via rookie drafts, but I've never owned DeAndre Swift via a rookie draft, I don't think, but via at least one startup. I certainly owned him in one startup. And it was one of these things where it's like, man, I don't have that much exposure to this guy across all the rest of my other leagues. Maybe, take him here, wisdom of the crowds. Maybe there's something to this.
He's athletic, he's efficient, he scores touchdowns, he catches passes, he does all the things you want.
But Andy had a good prospect profile coming in.
Yes.
But there's something about the way that his coaching staff treats him that's such a much. Like
believe he's soft. Campbell believes he's soft.
We have all these. It's not just Dan Campbell. It's like other coaching staff. It's like we have these red flags coming into the league, right? That we worry about. That is he this? Is he this? Is he this? Can he do this at the NFL level? Is he going to be able to? Is this going to be able to translate? Is this going to be able to translate? Those are all red flags, right? Once they're in the NFL, and then you get the red flags. Those red flags are a lot more scary than the ones that are just the projection red flags from the college game to the NFL game.
Action Jack Cavanagh, we appreciate you, man. I know you're ecstatic about this Detroit Lions pick, but guess what? They're on the clock again in 5 picks, and we're going to come right back to you, Action Jack. We're going to go to the projection corner, though, right now, because we got an update on these Detroit football Lions from David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, and this guy's about to get traded, DeAndre Swift. We'll see the projections right now.
Go for it.
Oh, guys, the projections are in, and it's looking a little messy right now inside of this Lions backfield. I think it's pretty clear evident that they do not trust DeAndre Swift. I would not be surprised to see him on the move. Taking a look at these initial projections right now, Gibbs comes in as running back 28. David Montgomery comes in as running back 33. DeAndre Swift, I hate to say it, breaks my heart, moves down to RB 52 inside of these preliminary projections. David Montgomery goes to a 37% rush share at 170 rush attempts approximately, a little over 700 rush yards and 5.6 touchdowns. Gibbs works in to about 33% of the rush share, a little over 150 rushing attempts, about 600 rushing yards, 665 to be exact, and about 5.9 touchdowns. This takes Swift down to 20% of the rush share, 91 rushing attempts, and it takes him to 411 rushing yards and a little over 3 rushing touchdowns. Dario is going to talk about the passing game.
First of all, we have to keep in mind that all three of these backs that the Lions now have are capable pass catchers. So none of them are going to have, at the moment, any higher than a 7% target share. All of them are in that 5 to 7% range. That has Jahmyr Gibbs falling at, we've got him for 44 targets, 33 receptions, and 257 receiving yards. All three of those guys that I mentioned are over 200 receiving yards, under 300, of course. And like Billy said, the highest right now is running back 28, Jahmyr Gibbs, in our rankings. This pick is astonishing. We thought the whole reason that they signed David Montgomery was so they wouldn't have to draft a running back, period, let alone reaching on Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round. This is, 30 seconds ago, it feels like we were talking about Brad Holmes, maybe the sharpest GM, and this is tanking him in the GM rankings big time. I don't think that I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I drafted a running back 12th overall.
I just don't think that we can continue to project that this Swift is going to stay here on this team.
Thank you for saying that, Dario.
I don't think we can say that Swift's going to be a Lion. There's no way you need 3 backs right now, especially these caliber.
He's gone. DeAndre Swift is gone. We know that.
Yeah, he has to be.
It's such a sharp move trading down to the Lions. We thought they're having a great draft. It's very, very disappointing to see them do this. I think that hopefully they'll use Jahmyr Gibbs to his best ability, but really the whole point of the David Montgomery signing was so you wouldn't have to commit draft capital to the running back position. We talk about the replaceability of running backs. From a team building perspective, this is a disaster. From a fantasy perspective, Jahmyr Gibbs' upside is tremendous. If this backfield does clear up for him over the next couple years, if he gets some games where he gets that opportunity. But right now, at least median projection heading into 2023, we have him as running back 28 pretty conservatively because this is just simply a crowded backfield. No other way about it.
Yeah, we saw David Montgomery drop over 10 spots in just the running back ranking, and DeAndre Swift moved 30 down. This is horrible for this backfield from projection standpoint.
It's going to be a terrifying offense to have to defend, though, but it's just not the way to do it. They could have, wouldn't you? The JSN was still on the board. How many of us had Gibbs going ahead of Jackson Smith and Jigba?
15 right now.
Appreciate you guys. We got a trade coming in. We're going to pop back here, and then we don't got a fantasy relevant guy now, but I think there's going to be one with this next pick, so we'll come right back to you in just a minute. All right, we got some breaking news. There's a trade coming in. We are confirming the details, but the trade is the Steelers coming up just a couple picks from 17 to 14 with the New England Patriots. New England Patriots move back.
Classic trade.
Makes sense. And the pick is in.
They're not taking Joey Porter, are they?
Nope. They're doing something they should have been doing the last couple years instead of drafting Najee Harris,
like Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones, easy. It's too easy.
It's Broderick Jones.
It's Broderick Jones.
This is what the Steelers draft a lot of chalk. They do. They do draft a lot of best player available. They focus on the right details. That is an underrated front office. Okay, year in, year out, that's an underrated front office.
I agree. I think that this was common sense. They moved up 3 spots. They knew where they needed to get. They needed to get ahead of the Jets. And they need to get ahead of Washington, 2 teams that we talked to some people in Indianapolis. Washington's a sneaky offensive line spot. The Jets, obviously, they just got Rodgers, protect Rodgers. Guess what? The Pittsburgh Steelers needed to protect this dude that's playing quarterback for them that has tiny hands, Burger King hands, right? If you will. But the details are in. Let's kick it to our man, Aaron Stewart, upstairs.
All right. This trade is a very straightforward deal. So the Steelers moved from 17 to 14 and gave up the 120th overall pick. I think the major takeaway on this is, you mentioned it, the Jets need a left tackle. Who had the 14th overall pick? It was the Patriots. Patriots just really sticking it to their division rival here. And Broderick Jones was the number 2 player on the best available players left in this draft. So great move by the Steelers.
Now, I know many of you are looking for a secret weapon for your Dynasty League, and I have it. It's called the Dynasty Dominator app. You go to the App Store, go to Google Play. It's right there. It's $5 to download, and then every year it's $5 to load the next incoming class of rookies. You can add Superflex, add tight end premium. It's incredible because it allows you to look up players. It allows you to vote on whether a player is a buy, hold, or sell, and then see the market sentiment on that player, and you can compare their lifetime value rating from Player Profiler to their Dynasty ADP at the FFPC, all in the price lookup tool. And beyond that, we have a trade analyzer, so you'll never lose another Dynasty trade again. And in our settings, you can set this is a win now team, this is a rebuilding team, and then we let you compare players. Look at their metrics side by side, prospect metrics, NFL metrics. It's all there. It's $5 in the App Store. There's some add-ons for Superflex and to buy the upcoming rookie class. Every year, you're going to spend $5 on this thing, and it's going to be well worth it.
Can we talk about something?
What's up, dog?
Let's talk about Cody's mock draft.
I know.
Okay, so Cody had Peter Skoronski
You shouldn't
to the
do-
Titans
I
at
wouldn't do it-
11.
I wouldn't do it yet.
He's been dominating the teens. He had the Cardinals drafting Paris Johnson. He had CJ Stroud to the Texans at 12. It happened at 2. Doesn't matter. Got the team right. And he's got right player aligned for the next few picks coming up. I'm loving what I'm seeing. He had the Pittsburgh Steelers going with a tackle, just the wrong one, Anton Harrison.
You don't
But the
get points for
process
that.
has been, he doesn't get any points for that. I get it. But the process, the Packers going defense. This guy knows things. He's got Jackson Smith and Jigba mocked to the Los Angeles Chargers. That could still happen. Quentin Johnston to the Seattle Seahawks. That could still happen. Zay Flowers to the Detroit Lions. I've lost track of where the Detroit Lions are picking.
Me too.
That could probably
They just
maybe
picked-
still happen.
They just picked Jahmyr Gibbs, right?
He's got Christian Gonzalez to the Commanders. He's got Christian Gonzalez to the Commanders.
Which is going to happen.
So
I'm about to rip this fucking suit open, boys.
Yeah, man.
this is
Cody's got a
great,
good mock.
great mock draft by Cody.
It reminds me of the Clyde Edwards-Helaire year whenever I got off to the big start. And Clyde,
Why does he talk about him? He's like, this reminds me of a mock draft I did that was really good 3 years ago.
well, I'll tell you what.
But he's gonna circle the wagons because
What's
the Chiefs.
What's important with these things? If you start them right and you get the initial picks correct with the teams and the matches, it makes it a lot easier for the teams and the matches to be correct as you move forward.
The next pick's falling in line because you got the early picks right.
yes.
You want to know why I'm gonna win this thing? Because I texted you and you said one of two messages. What was the second message? Pick 31.
Right.
King Felix is going to the Chiefs.
Oh, King Felix.
Wait, so King Felix
That's
to
gonna
the
be game winner.
Chiefs
That's going to be the game winner.
could be the game winner.
I'm
It's
gonna-
always the Chiefs. It's always the Chiefs there at the last pick. that
Uzoma
wins
to
these
the
things.
Chiefs. Let's do this.
I'm excited, man. And we're sitting here with the Jets. The Jets have been on the clock for about an hour and a half here now. We appreciate all you guys in the chat. Again, 500 plus of you guys, absolute dogs if I ever saw some. Click that like button. Again, we're trying to get 20K subscribers by the end of the week, and I think we can get to 21 because you guys are just so fucking wild.
And they're gonna you got to get the all-in package. You get $20 off with the code draft, so you can see where DeAndre Swift falls in Dynasty. Where should DeAndre Swift go in Dynasty?
Undrafted.
Undrafted Dynasty startup. We had him at 45. He's gonna fall.
It could be
How far does he fall? Because he's gonna end up on a different team. This is almost a rescue plan for him. You could argue that this actually could help him longer term.
Well, yeah. So let me ask you this: what if it's in a non superflex tight end premium?
Right.
Would you trade the 2.09 for DeAndre Swift?
No.
I
Yes.
absolutely would.
I would in one quarterback leagues.
Yes. No. Superflex tight end premium.
What do they call? Don't they call Clyde Edwards-Helaire like a
I still would
bad
do it.
running back?
I still would do it.
I would absolutely do that.
You know what I call DeAndre
I
Swift?
think that in Dynasty that this represents a buying opportunity for DeAndre Swift. I've never been an abused DeAndre Swift guy, but we've seen these super talented, super efficient on his limited touches. He's gonna get another chance. He's still super young.
Yeah, we're player 64 in Superflex. That's gonna fall. That will drop.
So I think for a late second round pick in rookie drafts, man, like you get to these late second round picks in these rookie drafts, and you're starting to stare down the barrel of you know what I'm saying? You're starting to stare down the barrel of like a Sean Tucker or a you know what I mean, or like a
Shout out to Byron for that top 5 running back ranking.
Marvin Mims or one of these other guys. Like, I would certainly rather have a DeAndre Swift at age 23 going into his age 24 season.
Wrong.
Well, is Sean Tucker? Does he have a condition that he's not going to be able to play?
Bob McGinn had the article saying that some scouts were saying that he had a heart condition.
Oh, okay.
And we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. It's interesting. The Jets are sitting here, and the longer they sit here on the clock, it's making me think one thing: wide receiver. What spot did Elijah Moore play with the Jets?
Slot flanker.
Gotcha. So is there a receiver in this class that maybe played like 88% in the slot? Maybe.
Yeah.
Is he still on the board?
Yeah.
Are you going to tell me that there's going to be Garrett Wilson and JSN for the Jets with Aaron Rodgers?
if now we're letting just teammates draft their teammates, if that's the thing that the NFL is doing now,
That's
and they're
not
letting
gonna
the
happen.
players draft, which
Okay.
so far has been successful.
Well, that's not what the pick is.
No, they need offensive line. Offensive line.
Who was the second toughest edge rusher to stop in the Big 12?
Tyree Wilson.
Uzoma.
Oh, Will McDonald.
Oh, Will McDonald. Okay.
Felix, Will McDonald, then Tyree, right?
Will McDonald goes to the Jets.
15.
Wow. He really did. Clip it.
Why not?
Wow.
That's a great pick.
Great pick.
It just makes the drafting the other Will so early at such a huge cost in trade all the more absurd. The Texans could have drafted Will McDonald at 12 and just stayed there.
Dude, Will McDonald pins his ear back and he gets after your ass, dude.
He's a monster.
He's a dog.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a dog with some jet fuel.
Let us know in the chat. We want to hear from the chat right now. What do you guys think of this Will McDonald thing? Because a lot of people on the surface may not think that Will McDonald's deserving of a first-round pick because he's a little older of a prospect coming out of Iowa State. But again, he was a mother trucker at Iowa. He's lighter. He's in the 240s. He's on the lighter side, but he was in Iowa State. He was a mofo.
Dude,
game
90th
plan
percentile burst and 96th percentile.
He's 24 years old, though.
Do you think they got any Iowa State intel from Breece Hall?
I bet this is what they're doing. This is what they're just letting teammates draft teammates. That's what they're doing.
Teammates draft teammates.
Yeah, and it was a great move.
Yeah,
It's a great pick. Listen to Breece Hall. Let's go. Absolutely. So, yeah, Will McDonald, the 40 time for his size wasn't that impressive. The speed score only 31st percentile, but the burst and agility was there, and that's what you want. You want that get off as an edge rusher. He was super disruptive at Iowa State. Best comparable to Randy Gregory.
Is that really the best comp?
Yeah.
You like that or what?
Well, Jesus, I know the Jets fans like it.
Oh, baby.
They like that.
This was the type of player you want in this draft. You wanted edge rusher. You got a ton of top 10 talents falling into the teens because the position's so deep. Anyone that's drafting edge, with the exception of the Texans because they paid way too much, is getting value.
My Uber driver tonight from the airport was saying, like, he's a Chiefs fan. He's decked out in Chiefs gear and he's driving around. He's like, who should we be hoping for tonight? I'm like, dude, like I have Will McDonald from Iowa State mocked to you guys at 31. I think that you guys would love to have that player. He ends up going, 16 picks earlier. He was basically one of these guys that most people thought would be going between pick, 25 to, maybe even sliding a little bit out of the first round, maybe
Why?
Early second round type player. Size. I don't know, man. It's like fucking why. It's like why? Why was Tyree Wilson talked about as number 2 overall? It's like why? Why did these things happen? They just happen.
So 240s, you think is 240? No, he gets sideline to sideline. The guy's got he runs an 1107 agility score.
It's just-
1107 when you combine the 3 cone and the 20-yard shuttle.
In a
That's
4-3
insanity.
Fellas,
Most wide receivers
4-3
don't
deep-
have that kind of
in
agility.
a 4-3 defense, you're gonna need to you're gonna need to play him at either your Sam linebacker or you're gonna need to have him at a sub package guy that's a weak side defensive end / outside linebacker that's gonna only be a 40% snap share guy, and that's just the way it goes. Like so, those are the things that you need to think about whenever you think about a player like him at his size. But here's the thing. These teams are in sub packages most of the time anyway.
Yeah, I think he's going to play a 65% snap share, whatever. And you want him in passing downs. That's when games are won and lost in the league anyway.
Pick number 16. We talk about a light edge rusher. How about the lightest? I think maybe lightest player in the entire draft.
Oh no.
Well, I think he was a pound heavier than Tank Dell.
Deuce Vaughn got drafted as an edge rusher.
Emmanuel Forbes goes 16 to the Washington Commanders. I had them going Gonzalez here, so I hit the position with the team at 16, but it's Emmanuel Forbes and not Christian Gonzalez. Gonzalez is
a Christian Gonzalez free fall. In my over 8.5 that I took earlier on him at the bar.
hammer.
I should have just gone all in on that. Wow. Emmanuel Forbes.
22 and a half years old.
Wait, Deontay Banks hasn't gone either?
Nope.
No Banks.
No Banks. Do we got a thought from the couch? Does the couch want to jump on here and talk about his best player? Because this is a Matty Kiwoom special right here with the Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State, 166 pounds of pure, probably veganism.
Can you guys kick it to us one time without throwing shade? Just one time, please. Emmanuel Forbes, my favorite cornerback in this class. I was talking so much smack up and down the halls of this crazy-ass house that we are in right now doing the draft coverage. Emmanuel Forbes is a ball hawk. He's thin, sure, but he's still got that dog. He is not afraid to come up, hit those running backs, make those tackles when he has to do it. 6 pick sixes, right? 6 pick sixes, is that correct? 14 interceptions overall, I believe. The kid gets the ball away from the offense. What do you want your cornerbacks to do? Take the ball away. Love the Emmanuel Forbes pick. Another defensive pick that I absolutely love was the Packers going Lucas Van Ness, freak edge rusher, former hockey standout, hilarious clips of him destroying human beings on the ice. So we were seeing some good defensive picks here. It was almost like the Jahmyr Gibbs sent the whole world into a bit of a tizzy, the draft world, going running back that high. 2 running backs in the top 12 picks, and I don't think anyone predicted that. But since then, we've seen a lot of very sound, smart, really logical picks. What do you think here?
Well, let's talk about the Jets. The Jets had a great defense last year.
Mm-hmm.
Sauce, honestly, he might be the best corner in the league right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right now.
Very good. Very good. Dripped out.
They drafted Jermaine Johnson, Cody's boy, last year. And they already have Quentin Williams inside. Now they're going to pair another hot edge. That's a good defense, man. As a Bills fan, I'm getting a little nervous about Gangrene up there.
You know, I'm a Patriots fan, and we've had a great run, so it is what it is. But we are the 4th team in the division, and the Jets keep getting better. The Bills are obviously the class of the division. The Dolphins are very, very good at what they call football games. So, hey, it is what it is. But very excited to see what happens here. A lot of good players still on the board. You still haven't seen a running back off the board. The fall is real. Will Levis still on the board. Christian Gonzalez, Deontay Banks, good players still on the board. Kalijah Cansey has been teased in this area. Let's see what happens with him. I don't know. But a lot of players, very interesting players still left on the board. A lot of round ones still left. Woo! Man, is there a better place to be than this house right here, right now?
Well, and you said running back. I think you meant receiver, but
I did. 100%.
JSN's we think is a good player, right? And we're at 15, 16.
We are now looking at.
Boy.
Oh, man, guys, let's go!
What's up, fellas? Hey!
Go!
This feels good. This is cozy.
Now Matt's in the casting couch.
Yes. Hey.
Whoa!
Whoa, Weinstein. Look out.
Whoa, you can put that on the internet. Oh my God, we're halfway in. It's time to have some fun. We've been having fun.
So we're still in line for Jackson Smith and Jigba to go to the Chargers, baby.
Oh my God.
That's where Cody has him mocked. Cody's mocks are killing it. He's also been close. He's had right position, right team, wrong player a couple times.
Yeah.
Just recently with the cornerback where the Washington whiffed on corner. I don't know what the hell they were thinking.
I know. I love Emmanuel Forbes. I said it. I've been saying it all day.
You love Emmanuel Forbes?
I do.
That's great.
I do love Emmanuel Forbes.
More than Christian Gonzalez?
No, I did not love more.
Yeah, we have it. I just realized. Well, Cody's yelling from the bathroom. I think that wait, what happened to all the first round tight ends?
Best tight end class in a long time.
What happened to all the receivers? Where are the receivers, guys? We haven't thrown it to the projection desk in a long time.
Yeah.
There's no reason to throw the projection desk if it's just going to be, edge rushers and tackles. We can't throw. What are we going to throw to the projection desk for? And by the way, while Cody's in the bathroom and he can't hear us, we haven't said the name Will Levis
We have not.
in a while. And for as good as Cody's mock is, Cody does have a Will Levis problem.
No, I mean, Will Levis problem is an understatement. We thought, top 4 pick? He was the mortal lock to the Colts. They passed. Look on the horizon. Who's going to take Will Levis? Who's taking Will Levis?
But this is secretly great for Will Levis. Will Levis gets to go to a team where he can develop teams in the back half of the first round, better team, older quarterback, let him sit for a year. I'm not ready to bury Cody yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
No,
Will Levis suddenly happy in that
Cody and the NFL disagree. Will Levis did end up going to the draft. He is here in Kansas City.
Oh, he's in that green room and he ended up happy.
There's going to be more crying on draft day. I was crying because some of the sappy stuff that Alex was saying made no sense. I was crying about Jahmyr Gibbs and how heartbroken I was being betrayed by Brad Holmes. And Cody's going to be crying. Will Levis is going to be crying. Where's he go? Where's Will Levis going to go?
The
What's his team?
last
You
time.
have this team in mind, Nick. You have this team, this mythical team that's they've got everything is in place and they've got a veteran quarterback. Oh wait, who's Cody's favorite team? Where's Cody from? Wait, they have a veteran who has a veteran quarterback that's making a lot of money, whose deal is expiring.
Do they have a good receiver on that team?
A team with an absolute uber elite receiver in the league. Is this all teed up for Will Levis to the Vikings?
This is teed up for something special. Vikings would be a great landing spot, right? Especially, let's add this to the mix.
That's the team that Nick was talking about.
And that's a great spot. You would have the best pass catcher on the planet. And let's factor this in too, boys. No receivers have come off the board. So they could get a good receiver in round 2. If the slide continues, Will Levis at 23 or whatever it is, 24, 22, whatever their pick is, receiver in round 2, woo! Vikings are kicking gas. And you're pretty good at that.
No, I missed a bunch before you.
Oh, you missed another one.
Vikings need to move up a little bit. I think they need to move up a little bit. It's like that's what they want to do.
I mean, we were trying to talk ourselves into the Vikings taking Brandon Weeden. I mean, Hendon Hooker, and now they're going to get Will Levis. That's a huge win.
Yeah.
That's a huge. You got to be psyched about that.
We got a new pick in.
Back to you guys.
Well, pick is in for pick 17, which was where the New England Patriots moved back from 14. Remember, the Steelers went up to get Broderick. And New England comes back to 17. There was some ankling earlier in the week from some people that maybe Deonte Banks was an interest for the New England Patriots. Turns out the slide ends here with Christian Gonzalez.
Yep. And they say that he has the only problem with Christian Gonzalez is maybe a little bit trouble in run support, but with what the Patriots do and how they play matchup football, it feels like this is the kind of guy that whenever you can get him mashed up, get him running, getting in wide receivers hit pockets, you're not going to need that much safety help over the top. I feel like he's the guy that I've mocked to the Patriots the whole time. And even though it wasn't at 14, it occurred here at 19. Like I said earlier, I just took I bet Christian Gonzalez over 8.5 simply because it was considered. Well, I mean, it's a big drop, right? It's a big drop. It's a big drop.
How many times are you going to mention this? We know. The whole world knows. 500 plus people on YouTube know. You went over on the draft pick slot.
I took over on Bijan Robinson at 13 and a half. I have to talk about the ones that I got right.
How many times? Is this the last time you're going to mention it?
A couple more.
Christian, he just went off the board. You've locked in your profits on Christian Gonzalez, going later than the books had set the line for. You should have doubled down on it. You should have put a lot more on it. But please, Alex, continue to mention.
Hey,
Michael
hey.
Michael Mayer prop.
Hey, what's it say? What was the prop again?
Which one?
The one with Christian Gonzalez?
8.5.
Nice, good job.
Thank you.
All right, so that's back-to-back picks. I didn't get the player right, but I got the position right. Does that count in this mock draft
No,
competition?
it does not count.
But with the team, I got Washington selecting a cornerback.
No, that doesn't.
I got New
count.
England selecting a cornerback. Who's wrong
No,
cornerback?
it does not count.
Oh, come on, that's some fucking bullshit. All right, well, I'm still gonna win anyway. But anyway, we're waiting for the next pick to come in here. And it is back to the Detroit Football Lions at 18. I had them taking Zay Flowers. There is yet to be a wide receiver off the board tonight. One of my bets that I took actually was Quentin Johnston. It was like $1 million to 1 for him to go as the first wide receiver off the board. I think it might have been exactly 1,100 to 1 or something like this, or plus 1,100. So we're still waiting on that first wide receiver to come off. Detroit's an interesting one here. They just went Jahmyr Gibbs. If they went wide receiver here, that would be a.
Is Deontay Banks still available?
Bingo.
So that's who it is. That's who's being taken. Right?
Should be.
So I feel like that'll be, we're sort of in a cornerback land here. And it'll be interesting to see what happens coming up next with let's see here. Are the Bucks still picking right after the Lions?
We got some people in the chat that say Lions go tight end. Let's see here. Got some chaos coming. I don't know. This is a pick that's very interesting because again, they just caught us all off guard by going Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
I need to pull up the NFL.com like draft tracker just to see what.
Let us know in the chat. What do you guys think they're going right here? They went running back with Jahmyr Gibbs before. Who are they taking? They got JSN on the board.
Dude, they just got rid of Okuda.
Banks makes a lot of sense.
Of
Banks
course they're
makes a
going
lot
to go
of sense.
Deontay Banks.
All right, the pick is in.
And it's Banks.
The pick is in, and our boy Alex thinks it's Banks. But the thing that the math that Alex doesn't do is that what is Dan Campbell, right? What is Dan Campbell? He's an alpha. He's an alpha. And who was the chew spitting, wheeling, dealing, 6'5", 255-pound mother trucking dude at the combine?
Well, there are a lot of those dudes.
Jack Campbell.
Oh, God. He took Jack
Jack Campbell's going to the Detroit Lions, man.
God, he took Jack Campbell.
We got it, man.
Hey, he's gonna bite your knee.
He's gonna bite all
your
the kneecaps,
ankles
man.
off. Oh my God.
He's gonna lead my defense, man, and he's gonna be unstoppable, man. This guy, man, he can play a lot of football, man. He's strong. He's big. He spits tobacco just like me. He's 6'5", just like me. He's 255 pounds, just like me, but he plays defense. And his last name's Campbell, so we had to pick him.
They're gonna take a linebacker.
A running back and a linebacker.
What are they doing? I am so betrayed. Is this an off-ball linebacker?
Yes.
Oh,
You know
after a running back?
Yeah.
Our Lions? No, I'm tweeting right now. They're your Lions now.
They're your Lions now.
Just tweet, not my Lions.
No.
Who's on deck?
The Bucks, I think. Right?
I love me some Bucks.
I'm
I
trying.
love me some Bucks. We don't got anybody in the chat that said Jack Campbell until Jack Campbell's on the board. I think that's an interesting one. Definitely didn't see that coming. We got a resident Bill in the stadium, in the stadium, whatever the hell you want to call it. He's got a Bills jersey on and everything. Our boy Nick Coder.
Who's their weak side inside?
Jack
linebacker?
Campbell, Malcolm Rodriguez they took last year. Jack Campbell, though, was projected to the Bills a few times. I'm going to send it over to our boy Nick Coder because he knows
Well,
who
you know what,
Jack
man?
Campbell's been
Like-
working out with.
If you look at what they have at their inside will linebacker stuff, they have Malcolm Rodriguez, who was a 6th-round pick in 2022, and Jalen Reeves-Maven, that was a 4th-round pick in 2017. They probably, and then other than that, they got Anzalone, they have Derek Barnes. This is not a good group. So obviously,
It was a position of need,
yep.
and they wanted to bite knuckles and
Yep.
bite shin guards and whatever they're biting.
Campbell was working with Kuechly. So there was a lot of chatter that the Bills were looking at him. And they have a big 6'5", 230-pound hole in their linebacking core right now. I thought this is early, though. This is really, really early for this guy. This is a reach.
This is a
Brad
bad
Holmes
pick.
continuing to
The
slip down
Lions had the
rankings.
worst draft.
And we say it's
They
our
had
Lions.
the worst draft. They traded down.
Your
They
boy.
did you can't fail trading down. They did the impossible.
They traded down and took an inside linebacker.
No, the Texans, the deal the Texans did with the Cardinals is so egregious for Will Anderson, given the depth of the edge rusher position. They're first in the clubhouse in terms of the worst.
Look
draft.
at Dan Campbell talking to him. Yo, I'm pumped up, buddy.
This is
I'm pumped up, buddy.
You ready to come to Motor City,
You ready?
Jack Campbell, you ready to come to Motor City?
He's fired up, dude. You see Dan Campbell talking to him.
They call this Motor City Dan Campbell. You're not Motor City Jack Campbell. Come on down, son.
all I care about is you guys. That's all I care about is this middle linebackers and running backs. That's all I care about. Why? Why are they doing this? The Lions are up there with the Texans in terms of blowing this draft, finding ways. This is the thing. These teams, they have extra picks. This is what happens. You have extra picks, a lot of picks in the top half of the draft, even multiple picks in the top half of the draft, picking the teens, picking the top 10. And what happens is you start to treat them like luxury picks because you feel like, oh, if I don't, I can do whatever I want.
And you feel like you can use them to move up to get the players that you want. And even if it's not and think about if you were done in like 2013 and you would have just used all of your picks in the 2014 draft.
They're not precious.
Right?
They're
Right.
not. They don't. When you have too many picks, you don't hold them as precious, and you end up squandering them.
You would have taken all your 2014 stuff and made sure to move up and make sure to get Sharif Floyd or D. Milner or who else was in that draft? It's EJ Manuel.
It's not good.
Like any of these guys, right? I'm not always sure that you should be.
I mean, to follow up a running back pick with a reach inside linebacker is it's almost impossible to get worse than that, but somehow the Texans did with that trade. I can't believe the Lions have betrayed us so much. I went
Who
into
is
this
this?
draft thinking we had a couple teams we could rely on to
Who
make
is this?
sound, rational picks.
Tampa Bay.
Who?
Kalijah Cansey.
Well, I mean, I can't say that I hate it because I love Kalai.
He's a good player.
Cansey.
Yeah.
How he fits in, he's certainly no Vita Vea.
He's gonna go right next to Vita Vea, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of player than they've had there clogging up the middle.
a good pick. It's a good
Yeah,
pick though.
it's
Like you put
fine.
him in there.
He's a
like,
good player.
They got
He's a good
Greg
player.
Gaines currently sitting next
Fuck,
to
it's
Vita
better
Vea.
than Jack fucking Campbell. Are you kidding me?
Logan. So now they got their entire offensive line. They got a second round pick in 2022 was Logan Hall. First round in 2021 was Joe Tryon. Vita Vea was a first in 18. Now there's been a first round pick in Kalijah Cansey. Like they understand you need to be building in the trenches. Obviously they got Wirfs in the first round as well. Like it's just sounds. I mean they're gonna roll with Baker.
Yeah, but Cody moved Kalijah Cansey up 12 slots on his big board in the last couple weeks.
Hey, is Jason Light getting fired after this year?
He can't survive this, but he's doing the right thing. At least he's building the foundation of the team.
Hold on, wait. Kalijah Cansey just went off the board. Am I crazy? Is there a Kentucky quarterback still hanging?
Yeah, Will Levis is still available. That's part of the news.
Hold on. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just did not take Will Levis.
That's right. They passed on Will Levis.
They passed on Will Levis. What? What? What do they know? What do they not know?
That hurt my ears when you slapped that. You're doing some crazy stuff today.
What's a crazy draft?
You're saying some weird shit and you're acting weird.
I only acted weird whenever Bijan went to Atlanta.
No, Kalijah Cansey though. He does run a 4.67.
Can we just talk about this? The most quarterback needy team, the team that you would have figured might have even traded up from there to any spot in the top 10, especially with a general manager fighting for his life.
Will Levis was the ultimate smokescreen quarterback.
What was all this Will Levis
It's
stuff?
almost like he took 1,000,000 sacks last year and lacks pocket awareness, lacks accuracy, does not have the touchdown to interception ratio threshold that you want to hit.
Never threw for more than however many yards versus an SEC team. What was it? Over 250 yards versus SEC.
Had the worst right tackle in football, broke his finger, played with a fucked up ankle, had the best arm in college football, has the best arm as soon as he drafts in the NFL top five. Had no fucking talent, had a 5'8" Berrien Brown, had a 5'8" Wan'Dale Robinson. Where was his alpha wide receiver? Where was AJ Green? Not existent. He's Matthew Stafford without AJ Green. My boy Matty Kiwoom said that. Will Levis still the best quarterback in this class. I don't give a rat's ass what you say about CJ Stroud. Bryce Young's a pretty good talent, but he's 5'9" and he's goddamn 112 pounds. He ain't the best quarterback, and neither is CJ Stroud. Anthony Richardson has upside, but Will Levis has the most upside. He has the biggest arm in the class. He's the best quarterback in the class. And when he goes to the Minnesota Vikings at pick 23, you're gonna be eating crow.
Oh, because you're gonna love that because you're like a deep down Minnesota fan.
I like that.
I can't believe it,
dude. You got me to like Will Levis. Everything about Will Levis makes me not like him. His stats are all bad, but what you just said, now I like him.
I can't believe that Tampa Bay had one of these top 4 quarterbacks fall to him and they didn't take him. Cody's eating a banana with the peel.
Why?
Can we just talk about that for a quick minute?
Why? What's happening between you two? Going into this draft, I was thinking about who's going to sit on the couch, the projection desk, the news desk.
You wanted
to be at the draft.
You wanted a couple even keel guys up here.
I was like, I'm going to be at the main desk with Cody and Alex, and that's going to be fine. There's not going to be anything wild or crazy. There's not going to be tears. There's not going to be crazy banana contests. There's not going to be slapping the furniture.
There's not going to be any.
Selling us on Bijan Robinson, the community builder. What is happening right now?
A guy who takes out his
I'm supposed to be the weird one.
By eating the whole banana, he hasn't taken the peel off. The peel is still there, and he's eating it with the peel. You've invited the wrong people. And hey, you are judged by the company that you keep, Matt Keller.
I like this company.
Jesus Christ. What what the hell kind of operation are you running here?
We're running a very tight operation.
It's a tight operation for a bunch of
Let's go around the circle here. What does the news desk have for us? we haven't talked to the news desk in a while.
Aaron Stewart, you want a banana?
Man, it is just, we've hit this part of the draft where it's just boring. There's nothing going on. We want the offensive players to get drafted. Where are the wide receivers? I thought this was the greatest tight end class ever. Where are they? What's going on with Will Levis too? Like the Seahawks are on the clock. Are they going to take Will Levis? If not Seattle, let's look at who's coming up. I guess Minnesota would be the next team. Just it's boring. We want some offensive players, please. Wide receivers, something.
Aaron, I couldn't agree more. We need some offensive players. We still don't have a wide receiver drafted. That's big news. At some point, if you were betting on the first wide receiver coming off the board outside the top 20 picks, was that bet available at any of the sports books? First wide receiver drafted at a particular slot?
No, but you could have taken JSN over 13.5.
Smash.
Yeah, would have been good. I think we're waiting on Seattle right now. 20.
Well, Seattle could draft Will Levis, dude.
Seattle could draft Will Levis, or Seattle could draft a wide receiver. I mean, Tyler Lockett's gonna be 31 years old this year.
Ooh.
I mean, if you have Geno for one more year, two more years on the contract, but one more year.
The Banana Man had the long shot of Quentin Johnston being the first wide receiver drafted.
It's a good long shot pick. Trash Man's been talking about that for a long time. I think that Seattle, though, right now, I'm not sure if have you seen a pick get tipped yet for this, Cody?
I haven't.
Is there does Seattle need edge more or offensive line more in your opinion?
No, I think they need interior. Well, wait, they need interior defensive line for sure.
Okay, well, Kancey's off the board, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
so they must be feeling burned by that. They must have thought
the
they had
Clemson kid, they got the Michigan kid they could take, and then I think also they could take the picks in for these guys. I think they could take Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Who are they gonna pick?
I think they could.
Is the pick in yet, Aaron? Let's let Aaron announce this pick.
Let's see. Waiting for the pick.
All right, let me run the sound effect.
The pick is in. Waiting for it to be announced.
Say it.
I don't see it.
Wide receiver.
Yet. Is it a wide receiver? I'm looking for it.
News desk. Come on.
JSN.
Is it JSN?
JSN.
All right. Bye, Aaron. Aaron, be faster next time.
Jesus Christ, man. I should have kept my first mock draft, man. Oh, dude.
Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Seattle Seahawks. It's not
actually
great. Not great for projections. Not great for Jackson Smith and Jigba. They don't have a long-term quarterback solution. He's not going to be the primary target with DK Metcalf.
I fucking missed by one pick. Had the receivers waiting though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all did. We all did, man. This is a game of inches.
Cody had Quentin Johnston to the Seahawks with Jackson Smith and Jigba going with the next pick to the Chargers. It could be that's going to be heartbreaking for Cody.
It's not, but no. It's
if the Chargers go Johnston, that would be. But I think they're going to go Addison. They're going to go Addison.
They're
right?
not.
Flowers.
The Chargers. No, the Chargers are going to go with Dalton Kincaid.
Oh no, really?
I think
they really want. Why do they want a Dalton Schultz? Why Dalton Schultz 2.0? Really?
Man,
is that moving the needle?
As I look at the TV, I can't believe that I look up and see my friend Lance Zierlein just on this. He's on the NFL Network broadcast. It's wild. Dude, here's the thing. JSN brings a skill set that the Seattle Seahawks simply don't have. They really don't. They don't have a guy who can.
What about D. Eskridge?
A guy who can literally change the game opposite DK Metcalf. They need to plan for what's going to be happening with Tyler. Tyler Lockett is 31 years old. He's 31, right? Is he 31?
I don't think so.
Do you want to look it up and tell me?
We
how
appreciate
old
you,
he is?
Mr. Smith. We appreciate all 500 plus of you guys in the chat right now, turning off the NFL draft commentary and tapping in with yours truly. We got the whole crew here tapped in live in Kansas City. We got 5 people downtown at
Lockett's
the Union
30.
Station. We got 8 people
30.
right here.
But turning 31 this year.
At the very end of the year, this is his age 30 season.
Okay, so age 30 season for Tyler Lockett. It's about time to get a Jackson Smith and Jigba in there.
Sure. This is good. Yes.
Like for Dynasty, it's fine. It's fine. For redraft, I think it hurts a little bit. For Dynasty, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Who's the quarterback?
Was Geno Smith for now?
For now.
Yeah, and we'll see what
And
happens.
Geno Smith is going to crash back to earth this year. Geno Smith
Probably.
had how many consecutive seasons of being either bad or mediocre?
Yeah, man, but you gotta right. But you gotta think it's you're going against the you have 2 games against the Cardinals who are completely who have nothing as far as guys who can defend against the pass. You have the Rams who at this point have really, we've just thought about the Rams for so long as being tough to go against because they had Ramsey. Now it doesn't feel like that anymore, right? You have 4 of those games in your own division where it's like you got a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba that can just find those little holes in the zone. Is like he's the kind of guy that you go to in those sorts of games. To me, it's
Tyler Lockett's contract
they can get out of it after 2023 because after 2023 they owe him like fucking $20 million per year for 2024 and 2025.
Well, no, in terms of cash, they owe him $16 million, but the cap hit on Tyler Lockett is going to be $24 million in 2024.
Yes, he's gone.
So the dead cap hit is $14 million, and the cash he's owed is going to be $16 to $17 million.
He's
for a 31-year-old Z receiver.
This is it, right?
Who at that point, within the next, let's say, 9 months, it'll be clear is the 3rd best receiver on their team.
This is it.
He is going to be gone.
This is it.
They will have to eat $14 million of dead cap. They will have to eat the $14 million, but they're going to save money. They're going to save cash, and they'll end up saving about $10 million against the cap. That's going to be the key.
Yeah,
they're going to find a good use for that $10 million. It's not going to be on Tyler Lockett.
I would love to. What does Projection Corner say about this?
Let's go see what these boys got to say about JSN in Seattle.
Hey boys, Projection Corner has the numbers in. It is pretty clear that JSN is the number 3 option in the passing game here. DK Metcalf definitely takes a slight downtick, not much. Tyler Lockett, a slight downtick. Jackson Smith and Jigga comes in about 93 projected targets. Comes in with about 757 receiving yards, 5.5 touchdowns. Dario, why don't you tell us where he is in the wide receiver rankings?
This puts him at wide receiver 46 in our overall rankings right now, just behind Rondale Moore. This is far from our dream landing spot for JSN. This is, as you guys know, a pretty crowded team. Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, both very much entrenched 1A, 1B weaponry. This is like not perfect for JSN, but we're going to be buying the dip here. I mean, if his dynasty stock gets any cheaper because of this landing spot, we're going to be all over that because he's just such an incredible talent in the slot. He's only projected for 5.5 touchdowns this year on 750 yards. But again, rookie wide receivers, we expect most of that production to come down the stretch when it matters most for fantasy players. So we love Jackson Smith and Jigba in his rookie year. This is a tough landing spot, but I think that he probably starts eating into that Tyler Lockett worked down the stretch.
Yeah, we have
that Tyler Lockett is likely to be a cut candidate next year.
Tyler Lockett start to lose.
So JSN only has to endure that 1 year
he starts to kind of take over that wide receiver.
Third option. He won't even be the third option for the full year of 2023. he's going to end up being the second option by the second half of 2023.
And then
This is
this is
bad
going to
for
allow Tyler
Lockett. I
Lockett
mean,
to
the Tyler
operate.
Lockett
He's done.
This is going to allow Tyler Lockett to operate as a deep threat, which he is so great at. I mean, Tyler Lockett, 15 plus yards down the field, is an incredible receiver making catches over the shoulder. I think this is going to allow them to unleash Tyler Lockett on those deeper routes, and it's going to be a very good trio of wide receivers for Geno Smith. Just simply, probably one of the best in the league. Simply
Projection
because-
corner.
I'll send him back.
There was a lot of talk about the quarterback having regression this year. With the addition of JSN, it's going to be hard to see. And I think that everybody hit just on the hammer here. We have Lockett is going to be taking or kind of regressing back as JSN takes over that number 2 role.
Boys, you got a little work to do. Quentin Johnston just goes 21. We'll come right back to you guys. We're gonna give you a couple minutes, but we're gonna talk a little Quentin Johnston here quick. The pick is in, boys, and I got royally donkeyed in this mock draft thing where I had Jackson going 21, Quentin 20, and
You could have just gone a little chalkier. It would have been fine.
what are the thoughts?
I think that you have only yourself to blame here because Jackson Smith-Njigba is the best receiver in this draft. Okay, so when you're deciding between who's going to get JSN versus Quentin Johnston, you wanted to go with the hot take. You wanted to go with the heavy swinging long shot of Quentin Johnston being the first receiver off the board when you should have gone with the best receiver, period.
I did.
And expecting teams to do the rational thing. And actually also JSN, because they've been looking for a proper slot receiver and they didn't get it with Dwayne Eskridge, as we talked about, also a better fit than Quentin Johnston. So I think that in hindsight, you should be upset, and you shouldn't be upset at bad luck. You should be upset at yourself that you didn't go a little chalkier because
I did put the best receiver first off the board. His name's Zay Flowers. I had him going 18 to the Lions.
Well, no, he's not better than JSN.
No.
Dog.
We disagree.
The best dog.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We love Jackson Smith-Njigba. Our dynasty rankings reflect it. And it's
This is gonna
good confirmation of your process when the NFL scouting industrial complex agrees with you. I'm not saying that it's the decider of whether a pick was right or not. Right? It's not the most predictive thing. Right? Whether, if a guy goes a pick below or ahead of a guy, if generally speaking, scouts are, more bullish on Quentin Johnston than Zay Flowers, we're not going to say, oh, Zay Flowers is better. Quentin Johnston's better. We're going to put Quentin Johnston ahead of Zay Flowers. No, I can promise you that after this draft, no matter where Zay Flowers goes, Zay Flowers will continue to be ahead of Quentin Johnston on our dynasty rankings. I can guarantee he's going to be ahead of Quentin Johnston in the breakout finder. And that's just how we roll. And I don't think that Zay Flowers is going to make it out of the first round.
Can I tell you my big takeaway? All you guys that love Josh Palmer and act like Josh Palmer is going to be something, now you can finally be on my side and realize that Josh Palmer sucks.
What?
He's not a good player. He's never going to be a wide receiver 3 in this league. If you traded for him in Dynasty, you're the sucker. You're the sucker.
That was this year's moment.
What do you say to that?
Clip it.
It's the truth.
I can't push back too hard. He was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Right. And
Who had
that's a purgatory draft slot.
Who had unrealistic expectations pushed upon him that were always cockamamie and always poppycock.
His efficiency metrics, and I've talked about this many times, his efficiency metrics are always, and it's eerie with Josh Palmer. It's eerie how all of his metrics are average. His workout metrics are average. His height and weight are average. All of his stats
Very average.
From target share to target separation to yards per target, all checking in around 44, 45, 46. When you watch him play, he looks dynamic. He looks like he should be better. But the advanced stats tell a different story of the most average receiver in the league. And the Chargers have decided that they want to be better than average. Whether that's Quentin Johnston, I am unsure of whether or not it's.
Josh Palmer never put anything on tape.
I wish Quentin Johnston were faster. I wish Quentin Johnston were more versatile.
Wish he had better hands.
I wish Quentin Johnston had better hands. I wish he were just better.
Yep.
I wish he were Zay Flowers.
Me too. I also wish Quentin Johnston was Zay Flowers.
So in the rankings, we have JSN, we have Zay Flowers, we have Jordan Addison, we have Quentin Johnston, and way down here, we have Josh Palmer.
What? Or Josh Downs.
Woo! Well, Josh Downs, yes. Josh Downs about this height. Yes.
All right.
Here's the question. Baltimore's on the clock. Is it Zay Flowers or are you trading for DeAndre Hopkins?
No, man, it's the Baltimore Ravens. So what they do is they pick a guy that plays the star defensive position for the Alabama Crimson Tide, right?
No, it's Deontay Banks.
Is it Deontay Banks? Oh, it's got to be Deontay Banks, right? It can't be.
This is the Baltimore Ravens
It can't be Brian
always
Branch.
take best player available, particularly on the defensive side of the
But
ball.
dude, they need a nickel player.
And it's a need, and it's a position of need.
They need a nickel player, and if you could take Brian Branch to play the star for Saban, they love the Alabama guys. That would be my pick.
Let's for the
We'll see
record,
what
I went to the
happens.
Dynasty rankings, Dynasty Deluxe, the player rankings. You can get access to our Dynasty rankings either way. Josh Palmer, before this draft pick came in, Josh Palmer was our wide receiver 52.
Good for you.
He was behind a Josh we just talked about, Josh
Johnson?
Downs.
Oh.
He was even behind Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, good.
So we're going to now find out, based on both the first year, the year one projections, and the 3-year projections that end up going into the Dynasty rankings from our projections team, we're going to find out what they believe Tyler Lockett's ranking is going to be vis-a-vis
It's so fun. It's so funny how we
Josh Palmer.
It's so
in both
funny how-
seasonal and Dynasty.
It's so funny how like you and I never talked about that. It's like how we all just end up on this 3-year window for Dynasty for our rankings.
It's 3 years.
Just because that's what makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Where's the
It makes
grades
sense.
at for that?
Are we ready to go to the projections team?
They're ready for the Quentin Johnston projection.
The original projection is in. Quentin Johnston comes in at a 13% target share, 87 targets on the season. He comes in with 653.5 receiving yards, 4.3 receiving touchdowns. Dario, why don't you tell us where he is for the season?
Now, this is a really interesting situation because the Chargers are an extremely pass-heavy offense. We have them projected to lead the league in pass attempts, but Quentin Johnston is still going to fall clearly behind Keenan Allen and Mike Williams in this target tree. I think he's going to be neck and neck with Josh Palmer to be the wide receiver 3. That puts him as the wide receiver 64 in our overall receiver rankings.
Okay, guys, that sounds great. We'll come back to you in a minute.
The pick is in.
I can't believe it.
Wide receiver. Zay Flowers goes 22 to the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh no! And we're fucked. And if we took Zay Flowers at the 1.08 or something like that in our dynasty drafts, we're fucked. This is no good. This is a low volume passing attack. We have Rashad Bateman coming back healthy. Now we have Odell Beckham coming in. They take Zay Flowers. You still have Mark Andrews there. It's going to be like maybe if he gets up to – I'll be just see what the projection you guys say. Even if he gets up – I don't think that they're going to even project him for a 20% target share. And what I learned last year about target share is that whenever you're running these projections and you have a team like Atlanta and you have Drake London getting a 33% target share and all the rest of this bullshit. Sometimes there's a pure volume thing that matters. And I just feel like with Zay Flowers, he's going to get a little bit left out there if Rashad Bateman's healthy, if Odell Beckham, they do try to force him the football.
This is terrible.
I took
Why wouldn't they just go chalk defense?
Why didn't they take Brian Branch? They need help at nickel.
Their identity.
I don't understand it.
Why? They signed
The Giants needed Zay Flowers.
Well, the Giants are going to get Jordan Addison. That's amazing for the Giants. This is great news for the Giants.
This is fucked up, man.
I'm still waiting on these tight ends.
What'd I tell you?
Where are all these?
They're going to use Zay Flowers like a glorified Devin Duvernay.
You know who's dead? I'm sorry.
Why is he doing that?
Rashad Bateman's dead.
Hey, the audience wants to hear the truth. And the truth is he's going to be used like a glorified Devin Duvernay.
It's very loud.
We're all going to get swindled. You're going to get swindled. I'm going to get swindled. We're all swindled.
I think I'm wrong about the whole Johnston Flowers ranking. I think Flowers is now going to be behind Johnston. There's nothing we can do.
We're getting swindled.
I forgot about the scenario that Flowers goes to Baltimore. It's terrible. Worst case scenario.
What's the big takeaway here is
we've had multiple worst case scenarios. We've had Gibbs going to Detroit. We've had Flowers to Baltimore. This has been a bad run. We've had Stroud to Houston. Will Levis doesn't have a team. Cody.
Is he gonna fall to the second round?
where's Rashad Bateman at?
What if Will Levis falls to the third round like a Malik Willis?
We got good players like Tyler Lockett, Rashad Bateman that are dropping. This is terrible. I don't like any of this.
Where's Levis gonna go?
He went first overall.
Why didn't the Chargers just draft Zay Flowers? Why couldn't they have done that?
Well, yeah, easy.
If the Chargers had drafted Zay Flowers, everything would be fine.
Everything would be fine.
If the Baltimore had gone with Johnson, who cares? Like, don't care. We weren't bullish on Johnston. Cody knew that the NFL was bullish on Johnston, so he had him high in his mock. But we don't think that longer term Johnston's going to outperform any of the receivers that have been drafted so far, and not Jordan Addison either.
He's going to need to get out on the field and not have his coaches have to beg him to get out on the field like those goddamn scouts had to do to have him come on his 3-cone.
Wait, what happened?
That's just
what happened.
Quentin Johnston is just let's just see what kind of worker he is. We'll see what kind of worker he is. This whole thing about Zay Flowers has me completely tilted, man. Can you believe it? He's going to Baltimore.
He's going to the ultimate wide receiver purgatory. And how is this? At what point are we concerned about Mark Andrews' target share?
Oh, he looks dicey, boy. Oh, he's got you see the sparkles on that suit?
Hey, can we go to the projection corner to see about this guy's 68 targets for like 40 catches and 620 yards and 2
Is that
touchdowns?
Zay Flowers
like,
with the bow tie?
Come on, let's go to projection corner to see Zay.
If I've ever seen an Antonio Brown 2.0, that's him right there. Him at the.com.
So I have to ask how Matt's heart's doing over here, because Rashad Bateman just took a major dip inside of the rankings when Zay Flowers landed here with Baltimore. We had the question of how does Mark Andrews fit in this equation? Mark Andrews takes a slight dip, not much. He did lose about 1% of the total target share, but Zay comes in with 13% of the target share. He comes in with about 624 receiving yards, 4 touchdowns on the dot. Dario, why don't you break the rest down for us?
I think another thing to keep in mind is we also updated the overall passing volume for this offense, because we have to keep in mind they've signed Odell Beckham Jr., they got a new offensive coordinator. Now they've drafted Zay Flowers in the first round. This is probably not going to be as run heavy as we've seen the Ravens under Greg Roman. Todd Monken will surely air it out just a little bit more. We've got them projecting almost to about league average pass attempts, as opposed to consistently leading the league in rush attempts like they have the last couple of years. This results in 74 targets for Zay Flowers. He's going to catch about 65% of those, call it 47 receptions and 624 yards, 4 touchdowns, as Billy noted. And this puts him right behind Quentin Johnston in our receiver rankings, about six or seven spots behind he's our wide receiver 71. This really hurts Odell Beckham and Rashad Bateman. Obviously, this leaves the Ravens with absolutely no receivers inside of our current top 40. They've got Odell Beckham at 44, Rashad Bateman at 55, and then Zay Flowers at 71. It's going to be kind of a messy wide receiver core for the Ravens going into 2023, but they do have a lot more talent than we've seen them have in years past.
I think Matt's heart is so broken, he just left the house.
Hey, fellas, I just lost both my
Can
partners.
we rate the projections? Is there anything we can do, guys? How do we save Bateman?
No, this was our fear.
It's rough.
It's definitely rough.
We lose Flowers and Bateman with one fatal pick? Damn it! Damn it!
And I think we were being generous with how much we took away from Bateman. It's a real opportunity he loses more. A real possibility.
There's a chance this offense is never going to be one of the most pass heavy with Lamar Jackson. They're going to continue to be able to run the ball.
Yep.
And they might be a more efficient offense because they have all this talent with these 3 wide receivers, but none of these 3 guys is going to be able to give us a wide receiver 1 season in fantasy. I think even getting a top 24 fantasy season out of any of these 3 guys in 2023 is looking pretty bleak.
Yeah, run first offense. I'm not liking the projections for these receivers.
Back to the main desk.
No, Podfather's here. He's running. He needs a drink.
We were muted.
I feel like your long swindle here, Cody,
Yeah.
with your boy Will Levis. I mean, this has to be the end of this thing, right? This has to be the end of this thing, doesn't it? Do you know something that I don't know? Am I wrong?
They're gonna go receiver, dude. They're gonna go Addison.
Dude, are you telling me that you really think that they're gonna go Addison over Levis here? The Vikings?
Makes sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't it make sense? They don't fucking KJ Osborne's number 2 right now.
Isn't Levis your number 1 quarterback in the whole draft?
No, I know what I'm saying, but like for them to go Addison, like
yes, but they also have Kirk Cousins who bets on himself every year, man. He's good looking like that.
It's Jordan Addison. Pick is in. It's Jordan Addison.
It's got to be Jordan Addison.
It already is.
We got a wide receiver run for the ages right now. For the ages.
At least that's one that I got.
Bing, bang, bop, boop. All 4 go off the clock in a row. Jordan Addison to the Minnesota Vikings. 23.
Dude, your boys fall into the 2nd round.
And guess what? No tight ends going after round 1.
Somebody's going to have to trade up. Somebody's going to have to trade up.
This is wild, bro. I think Jordan Addison.
Hold on.
What did we just talk about last week on the Futurecast? When you're sitting there looking the beholder in the eye, it's Addison.
It's Addison. For me, it was Addison at wide receiver 2. It's like when it came down to it, I look back at the Pitt tape and I say that's the Biletnikoff Award winner. That's one of the sickest wide receivers I've ever seen in my life. Gets open at will. There's no more Adam Thielen. It's perfect. Opposite. Perfect.
I mean,
opposite Justin Jefferson.
Thank God.
So it's
Thank
good.
God we get good news about the right player being drafted at the right round.
Cody, who is trading up for Levis? Is it going to be the Rams trading up from 36 maybe to somewhere? That would be my choice. I think the Rams. is the best choice.
That would definitely be an interesting spot, would it not? Because Matty Kiwoom comped him to Stafford without.
Yeah, I
AJ
think the
Green.
Rams trading up maybe. Like, I'm not sure how much draft capital they have this year. They never have any draft capital, but they do have 2 picks in the
Raiders.
third. They have a bunch of 6th-round picks. The Raiders could trade up. Somebody's going to have to trade up. All of a sudden, we're not talking about somebody trading up. I just can't believe we're at this point in the goddamn draft. And dude, we spend so much time thinking about this. We're such disgusting sickos, Matt, Cody. We spend our time from the beginning of January until now thinking about this.
Well, is Jordan Addison now the wide receiver 1 in rookie drafts?
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
That's exciting.
We just talked about this on Friday.
It's a high volume pass offense. Dalvin Cook is not going to be in Minnesota for very long. That's just more evidence that they want to be a pass first team.
DK Metcalf's not going anywhere.
They're going to be in shootouts. Yep. They're going to be one of the highest scoring teams in the league. They're going to have some. Actually, they're going to revert to the mean in a positive way. They're going to have some better luck this year. They had some real bad luck stalled drives last year that you're not going to see again this year. This could be the spot for a rookie wide receiver.
And I would recommend anybody. You don't have to go watch the all 22 film. You don't have to go do any of that stuff. Just go and type in Jordan Addison Pitt 2021 highlights. Just watch the highlights.
We have them. We have the highlights. Go to his player page. You go to his player page on Player Profile. We have the highlights.
Well, not the 2022, but the 2021.
Oh, you want the 2021 highlights?
Yeah. And just go and watch them.
We have it.
Just go and watch them and see what kind of player that we're talking about here. But we think about this so much, and never ever would it cross my mind. There you go. You guys already got it, Player Pro. Hey, we got him. We got him. We got him. We got the highlight package on the player page because we are awesome. Okay, that's what you got. But look, I'm telling you, man, we spent so much time thinking about this. This is something I never thought of. I never thought that I would be looking down the barrel of Jacksonville, New York, Dallas, Buffalo, Cincy, New Orleans, Philly, Kansas City, and saying who might trade out so they can come get Will Levis.
We have a trade. The Giants have traded up from 25 to 24.
From 25 to 24? To get who?
What are they doing?
They're trading up with Jacksonville? Who do they think Jacksonville's going to take?
They moved up one spot with the Jaguars. We'll get details here shortly.
Who's your best player available, Cody?
Well, you can look on the screen right now. I don't know if it's not popular. I don't have I'm not doing my check.
No, right now the screen currently has the draft picks.
Let me pull it up. I don't know. I haven't looked.
Nolan Smith or
oh my God.
Nolan Smith is still available.
Still
Joey
available.
Porter's still available.
Yep.
Right?
Nolan Smith is still available.
Yep.
It'd be Nolan Smith would be nice.
Because, well, here's the thing is Jacksonville's not taking Nolan Smith because what Jacksonville needs is a big defensive end.
Yeah.
They need a big, strong side defensive
Didn't the Giants
end.
just trade up?
They just have a couple. Right. And so maybe what Jacksonville's thing is like, they are not going to trade up to take a Miles Murphy or a Keon White or any of these other guys. They're not going to take these big defensive ends. Maybe we can just trade up this one spot just in case they take one the fast sort of will outside linebacker hybrid guy. We make sure to get that guy. It's not going to cost us much money. That would be my guess. And then with the pick, the Jaguars will take.
There it is. Let's run the sound effect.
Is it?
One far enough. We got inkling of top 15. Deontay Banks goes.
Had to be Deontay Banks.
24.
Oh, I didn't realize Deontay
to the
Banks
Giants.
is still available. Okay.
Yeah, Deontay Banks is still available.
We got the details. We got the trade details. Let's go to the news desk for a split ski, and then we'll be right
Hold
back
on.
and we'll analyze this.
Could the Cowboys get Nolan Smith?
Yeah.
Hello, Underworld. It's your guide that never lied. And yes, for the second time in the first round, we just had another team trade up one spot to make their selection. One would have to think, though, the Dallas Cowboys were sitting there at pick 26, that maybe they were trying to get that pick. So the Giants gave up the 160th overall pick to move up one spot to get their guy. So who are the Cowboys going to get now? Will it be Nolan Smith? We'll see.
I don't know. What's the couch thing?
That's interesting.
I want to hear the couch.
Nolan Smith to the
Nolan Smith to the Cowboys, baby.
Can you imagine?
That's an interesting thought, though. He said they moved up one spot. I don't know. I don't know if we've seen a team move up one spot in round one.
Historic tight end class.
Historic tight end class.
What happened to the tight ends?
Historic tight end class.
Nolan Smith was Cody's third best player overall.
What happened?
Do you know?
Remember
He
2
was
years
a
ago?
4.36.
The guy is sick.
Remember
I
2
mean,
years
are
ago
you-
how long Trey Smith sat there? He sat there for 6 rounds as like one of my best players. I had him as one of the best players at the end of round one. He sat there till the 6th round and got drafted, and now he's a Pro Bowl card. So Nolan Smith is a Pro Bowl linebacker.
What about the Seahawks 5th round corner last year?
Tariq Woolen.
Tariq Woolen.
How long he sit there? 3 rounds.
No, he was drafted in round 5.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he sat
he was
there
a-
from
he was-
round
he
2
was a-
until
he was
round
a
5
day-
as
he
the
was a
best
day
player
3.
available.
He was
before.
a
Day
day 3
3
pick as the fastest, most
UTSA.
athletic corner. He just happened to be from a small school.
Yep.
All right, we got projections coming in for Jordan Addison. Let's throw over to the projection desk really quickly and see what we got for the old Jordan Addison. Is he the wide receiver 1 in this 2023 class for fantasy and dynasty? Because right now, it smells like it.
Oh, the projections corner is loving the Jordan Addison landing spot. We have him projected here as the number 2 behind Justin Jefferson inside this wide receiver court. 17% of the target share. It takes him to 101 targets here in his rookie campaign, 802 receiving yards, 5.2 receiving touchdowns, and we are projecting them to be the number 8 most pass-heavy offense in the NFL. Dario, take it from there.
This is by far the best 2023 landing spot we've seen for these 4 wide receivers that were drafted consecutively. The Chargers have a more crowded wide receiver room. The Seahawks have a more crowded wide receiver room, and the Ravens are not going to be nearly as pass heavy as the Minnesota Vikings. This is a great spot for Jordan Addison. As Billy said, we're projecting him for just over 100 targets as a rookie. That's the highest of these 4 receivers that were drafted so far in round 1, and he comes in the highest in our rankings. He's wide receiver 43, only a couple spots ahead of Jackson Smith and Jigba, but there is good reason. As we said, this is an amazing landing spot for him. They are a pass-heavy team. Kirk Cousins is a reliable quarterback for fantasy purposes, so there's just going to be a lot of things looking up for Jordan Addison. Right now, for 2023 drafts and for 2023 projections, he vaults to number 1 among the rookie wide receivers.
Let's go.
So we're taking, just so I'm clear, just for the record, we're drafting Jordan Addison ahead of Jackson Smith and Jigba. In Dynasty.
Redraft. In redraft.
Yeah, redraft.
Not in Dynasty.
What about Dynasty?
I think it's a real debate in Dynasty now, just because landing spot, but redraft is an easy answer.
I think in Dynasty it's interesting because
they're
they're both
both 21.
and they're both going to spots where they're going to have I think Justin Jefferson is more of a target share threat, more of an alpha than DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf is incredible, but I think that Jackson Smith and Jigba has a chance to potentially become the number 1 target in Seattle. I don't see Jordan Addison ever supplanting Justin Jefferson as the number 1 target in Minnesota. So he could be a bit T. Higgins from a dynasty perspective, and I think that, at least in my perspective, keeps his ceiling a little lower, keeps Jackson Smith and Jigba the wide receiver 1 in Superflex and in Dynasty.
I have to say that the man agrees with the machine.
How much does this help Geno Smith to get Jackson Smith and Jigba?
We talked about it briefly earlier. We talked about how there had been a lot of projections in regards to Geno Smith's regression, and I think with JSN landing there, I think that those regression talks are going to come to a stop. He has now just a dynamic trio of receivers here, and I think he's going to be able to support it. He was very efficient last year. I think that we can continue to say that the needle should be pointing up for Geno Smith.
Geno Smith is sitting at quarterback.
Does Addison
15.
help Cousins more than JSN helps Geno Smith?
I would say yes. I think we had more cause for concern with Cousins and not having a legit number two wide receiver behind Justin Jefferson. Obviously, they have TJ Hawkinson, so we think that Addison will be the third target overall. But Geno Smith already had two elite wide receivers, and I think that getting that second seemingly elite wide receiver for Kirk Cousins is gonna. They're both kind of solidified in that top end quarterback 2 tier in redraft. Cody, how you feel?
You got a trade. The trade is the Buffalo Bills are moving up to pick 25 to draft the most overrated tight end in this class. 6'4", 212 pounds at his pro day. Did not test. He has a broken back, and he's a bona fide bust because he's a move tight end in round 1. That's the number one mistake you make at tight end in round 1. Dalton Kincaid goes to the Buffalo Cats.
Busts.
Buffalo busts.
It's
Let's go to the couch
I love that.
and just see what we got going on.
He's 28 years old.
Is he 28?
You're not live. He's not live.
He's
Cody.
old. Kincaid is old.
Get double screen for Alex.
What I would say about Dalton Kincaid and all the rest of it, for one, I don't think it's a that bad of a pick. But
Can I tell you guys something? We were just muted for the entirety of the last 3 minutes.
But if
All of us.
look, this is here's what it comes down to for you as a Bills fan. Here's what I would do. I think it's a fine pick, but what we could do, we have a big house here. There's I see a lot of tabletop appliances all around here, toasters, all kinds of things like that. What you can do?
I don't want to know where you're going with this. I'm nervous.
Go find a bathtub, fill it up with water, plug the toaster
Here's
in.
the thing.
Drop the toaster.
That got
Drop-
dark, dude.
Drop the toaster right into
Listen.
drop the toaster right into the bathtub.
Listen. Josh needed weapons. They were bringing guys literally off the street. But you had a chance to add Nolan Smith, best player available. You had a chance to add D tackle, which is a big need.
Right into the bathtub. And all the stain will be gone.
Kincaid ain't it, man. Kincaid ain't it.
If they took a chance on an upgrade on Dawson Knox, like even like a Musgrave, right? If they had gone Musgrave,
Laporta.
it would be not really. Not necessarily Laporta. I would say if they went Musgrave and you actually have a proper two-way tight end
who can block, who can do it all. It can ultimately be a much better version of Dawson Knox, then absolutely. I think that would be a fine pick. It's still not what I would do. They just need to, they're in such a great, this is what these teams, they have such depth that they feel like it's okay to get creative and to add another tight end. And we're gonna do more 12 personnel and we're gonna have fun with this offense. And this tight end, yes, he's too small, and we have no idea how athletic he is.
He's not small. If you ran into Dalton Kincaid in the dark alley, you would not call him a small man.
Erroneous.
Is he 240 pounds?
Oh, he's 212.
Kincaid's not.
Ask Lance Zierlein when he went to his pro day. Look, he was 212.
Because he was completely screwed up with everything, right? With all the
So he's completely screwed up.
Because when Bryce Young was
Listen,
240-pound guy.
you don't need to get creative. You have a gift in Nolan Smith. You just say yes. You learn how to say yes when a great pick falls in your lap. You just take it. You don't galaxy brain this thing. You already have Dawson Knox. You hit on a late round athletic tight end. You don't need to spin crazy theories about what this team could be with 12 personnel.
The whole Nolan Smith thing, I completely agree with.
Okay. And if you really did want to upgrade Dawson Knox, the way to do that would be to either go just chalk with Michael Mayer. That would have been another not overthinking it move. And if you did want to overthink, if you did want to get creative, then shoot for the moon, shoot for the real upside. And that's Musgrave. That's why this was a bad pick. On so many levels is a bad pick. It doesn't even how does this help Josh Allen? How does it help Josh Allen? When Josh Allen's in a difficult spot, he's going to get open underneath. In real life,
yes, he's a really, really good football player.
In real life, he's going to get open underneath and he's going to be a safety valve player. And those guys are typically available in the second and third round.
In all complete honesty, if we're comparing fucking Dawson Knox to Dalton Kincaid as far as the level of player that they are, we're fucking living in a different goddamn worlds. These are fucking completely different players.
We haven't in the NFL.
We think, but we've seen them in college. And we've seen Dawson Knox in college.
In what, the Mountain Whack Conference?
The Mountain fucking Whack
And
Conference?
he's
No, he
been
fucking plays in the Pac-12.
Rehabilitating from a broken back? He's not working out. He's just a giant unknown. His whole profile should just be a question mark.
Kincaid is look.
All right, boys. We got to kick it too. We got a couple people waiting for us. We got the projection corner for Kincaid, and we got Theo waiting for us. And your guys' audio is dog shit. We're hearing it from the chat, so we're gonna go right off of you guys. We're gonna go over to the projection corner right now, and we're gonna see what they got for Kincaid.
All right, the projections corner is projecting a lot of 12 personnel here in Buffalo. We have Dalton Kincaid coming in about 10% of the target share in his rookie campaign, 62% catch percentage. He's got 405.5 receiving yards and 3.7 touchdowns. Dario, break down the rest for us.
This brings him in as tight end 30 in our overall rankings. It also obviously hurts Dawson Knox. I mean, Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid are both primarily pass-catching tight ends. Dawson Knox falls to tight end 20. Dalton Kincaid, as I said, tight end 30. But there's only about 20 PPR points separating the two. This is, like you guys are saying, it's a peculiar pick to spend a first-round pick on a tight end like this, especially the one that was not considered the consensus to be the first tight end off the board. But Josh Allen, they're still looking for more weapons in this offense. I mean, we would have liked to see them draft a receiver. This would have been a dream landing spot for a guy like Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston, but they're still looking for more weapons. This hurt Gabriel Davis slightly. This hurts all those other secondary weapons slightly, and hopefully they'll be able to put Dalton Kincaid to good use. But as Billy said, only about 3.7 touchdowns, 400 yards on 60 targets is the current projection for Dalton Kincaid. It's about 10%. It is one of the most pass-heavy offenses in the league. So there's some plus sides to this spot. But once again, this is a team that didn't really need tight end. This is a bit of a luxury pick, and hopefully they're going to put it to good use with plenty of 12 personnel, like you guys are saying.
Yeah, luxury pick is definitely right. I mean, we have, the rookie tight ends. People need to remember they have to learn the route tree. They have to learn the blocking schemes. It's a big hit, Dawson Knox, who already was kind of underwhelmed inside the target share standpoint. I mean, we had talked about it previously on Man vs. Machine as well as First Class Fantasy about Dawson Knox having to rely on touchdowns inside this offense, and he takes another hit inside the target share category, which was already a weakness inside of his game. Not good news for Dawson Knox here on the Bills. Overall, though, we like the landing spot for Kincaid from a dynasty perspective, and we'd say temper your expectations for redraft.
Right on.
All right, boys. Theo G is waiting for us at the draft. We just got a bunch of fantasy relevant dudes. Wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. And some dude named Kincaid. Let's see what Billy has to, or let's see what Theo has to say about these.
That's all. No rush.
Well, Cody, I came in here to flex on Dalton Kincaid's selection. I'm thrilled with this one, and Billy and Dario need to flip flop that, because Dalton Kincaid is going to be tight end 20, and Knox is going to be tight end 30. That's what Billy and Dario, you need to get into the lab. Dalton Kincaid is an older prospect. He's a natural pass catcher. This is exactly the kind of player that can help Josh Allen this year. I'm all over about Dalton Kincaid. This is our riser. He landed into the nuts. This is a fantastic landing spot. It is Dalton Kincaid season in Buffalo. He's one of my guys on Player Profiler. Cody, Dalton Kincaid, first tight end off the board. You have to love it.
So, Theo, I just want to remind you, we have to temper expectations with all rookie tight ends. I understand he's your guy. I understand you and I both loved him coming into this year. That being said, we always have to temper expectations with rookie tight ends. Knox has already been involved in the offense. Knox has already been, entrenched inside the red zone. I like Kincaid more than Dawson Knox, yet we still have to be a little bit concerned about his usage in year one.
Well, I think the fact that he goes in the first round, that they valued him enough to take him here. They've been a offense that has been, Billy, we've talked about this for weeks, how they are starving for a guy who can be a secondary target to help underneath. We'd hoped, and Dario, I agree with you, we would have been way more excited if this was Jordan Addison, but it wasn't. And Buffalo seemed to have a plan here. Dalton Kincaid, who knows, maybe this was their plan all along to target Kincaid. But Buffalo using a first-round selection on a tight end is massive. And I think that we can't put a lot of weight in that. And then, Billy, you bring up the blocking schemes. Like, the tight ends have to learn those blocking schemes. That's what keeps a lot of these guys off the field. But you bring up 12 personnel. Kincaid is not going to be blocking. Kincaid is going to be a Zach Ertz in this offense. I think he has big-time fantasy potential. I made a call last night on the Go District that I think he can be a top 12 tight end this year. And I think that if you look at the position, all it takes is a few big games and a consistent target share. And I think that your 10% target share for Kincaid might be low. And I think he's the kind of guy that's going to earn out a big outsized role. As, I wouldn't bet on it, but I think there's a chance he could be the number 2 target in Buffalo as a rookie at the tight end position, insulated with another tight end on the roster. That they can.
You're right. He might be the number 2 targeted tight end on the offense.
No, I will take the unders.
Great job. Gold star, Theo.
I heard Alex getting Kincaid's back. I heard Alex pounding the table for him. He is so much better than Dawson Knox. It's not even funny. Dawson Knox is a touchdown dependent guy that we're looking for to get a couple big plays and a couple spike weeks. Kincaid is going to be a consistent guy week to week, and he's older, guys. This is an older prospect as well, so I love it. And
we get Kincaid is not going to be blocking. We understand that, but that is going to limit his snaps. A rookie not being able to block is limited only to pass plays. And so we have to be concerned with his route participation, how many times he's going to be on the field, key situations. Is he going to be on the field now 50% of the time, 48% of the time? He's not going to be on the field 70, 80% of the time. So this is where we have to be concerned with his overall snap use and how much he's going to be on the field.
There's definitely an opening in this offense for someone to earn more targets. As we all know, it's Stephon Diggs and then, a big mystery bag in the Bills offense right now. but I don't think that we can straight up assume Kincaid will supersede Dawson Knox. He's not going to start out as tight end 1 on the depth chart. It's going to at least take him some time to earn that. And it's just, I mean, believe me, I'm a USC fan. I'm traumatized by Dalton Kincaid putting up 200 yards on us, but that was a quarter of his college production in that one game. So he's very much far from a perfect profile. I don't think we can straight up assume in our median projections that he's going to overtake Dawson Knox. And this is just about right. I think tight end 30. He's going to go higher in drafts, but if you're just talking raw projection points, this is where he's got to be.
I would like to finish by saying
Theo versus the man.
It is very deadly when the man and the machine agree.
Theo versus the man and the machine all season. To be continued, fellas. I'll check in with you guys about week 8 on this one. But Billy, we talked about Mike Williams on First Class Fantasy today, and Mike Williams takes a gut punch in the form of Quentin Johnston. Like, Quentin Johnston landed in a fantastic situation with the Mike Williams getting older, Keenan Allen getting older, and he lands next to Justin Herbert. So, like, you know, we poked a lot of holes on QJ, and we thought there was a chance he potentially fell into the second round, but he's a big winner based on the landing spot. I love the Jordan Addison landing spot. Minnesota is starving for a wide receiver too. I think he can absolutely thrive in that role. Where do you guys have Addison?
Addison,
wide receiver 43.
Yeah. So Addison is
101 targets.
He's definitely winning in the rookie category. We'd like the landing spot for Quentin Johnston. The only problem is that he's competing against Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, still has Josh Palmer. And so although we do project this to be the most pass-heavy offense in the NFL, which is phenomenal for Quentin Johnston, it still has a lot of competition inside the target share pie.
Oh, 100%. But I think it's more of it beats up Mike Williams a little bit. We talked about him getting down potentially to like a 15% target share. It could be like
we moved to 17.
Yeah, that's danger zone, Billy. Because if that goes,
it is danger.
If you're off by 2 points on that, he's unusable. And he would have to he's going to have to catch an outsized number of touchdowns. So I like that 100 target projection, Dario, that wide receiver 43. Because I think with the talent that Jordan Addison has, if you're projecting him at wide receiver 43, I think there's a chance he slides inside that, mid-level wide receiver 3 land. That doesn't take a whole lot to kind of go from wide receiver 43 up to like wide receiver, 32. So I think that Addison, that could happen. It's exciting. I think it's a very good landing spot for him.
All right, let's send this back to the news desk. Looks like we've got a pick in from the Cowboys.
We're back, and we got 2 picks for you guys. The pick is in for the Cowboys at pick 26. There was thought that maybe it was Nolan Smith, and that would have been a dirty, dirty duo with Micah Parsons.
Can you believe that? It's like all of our dreams all of our sickest dreams can't come true.
Instead, it's Mozzie Smith, the number 1 freak on Bruce Feldman's freak list this past summer from Michigan, the defensive tackle Mozzie Smith. What do we got on Mozzie Smith over here, Matty?
I mean, we have a freak of nature here. That went 26 overall. He's a big kid, 6'3", 323.
Big.
Little fun fact about him, too. Michigan, big athletic program, D1 program. They had to get special athletic equipment in their weight room to accommodate this hulk of a man. Video surfaced yesterday on Twitter. I mean, he must have been doing some upright rows of a jillion pounds. This kid's super strong, and he is going to solidify that defensive line, throw people around. As a Patriots fan, there's a lot of things that come to my mind right now. First of all, Bills. Love that. Anytime you have a chance to trade up for your tight end too, after you gave $52 million to Dawson Knox, I love it. And this gives me a little bit of it kind of reminds me of Vince Wilfork a little bit, just a smaller but tank of a guy in the middle of the defensive line. Mozzie Smith, good pick here for the Cowboys. They are known for nailing their first-round pick over the last few years, for sure.
And if you look at that player page right there, his draft pick is in, and he's on the Dallas Cowboys already. So we got to give a shout out to John Adams because he's grinding now in the core, putting in the draft pick, putting in the team. So shout out to John Adams there. We got pick 27 up here. Anton Harrison, the tackle from Oklahoma. Few people have watched Anton Harrison as much as my boy Alex Dunlap because he's a Texas guy. Anton, 27,
He's
to
good.
the Jacksonville
I mean, yeah,
Jaguars.
He's a good player, and we all knew that coming into this, he was a guy that was talked about as moving up NFL boards. Or I think a lot of times when people talk about these guys that are flying up NFL boards and stuff, it's not necessarily that they're flying up NFL boards. It's like they were kind of high on NFL boards before, but the media just realized that they were way too low as compared to where the NFL was. And so they fly up our boards. And I would have thought with Jacksonville coming into this week, we talked about just the major need they had at that strong side defensive end. Major need.
Yeah.
Major need. They've addressed edge over the course of the last few years. But, as far as the strong side defensive end, I mean, we've talked about it. What they have Roy Harris Robertson, Jeremiah Ledbetter, but the guys who they've drafted who are like actual edge guys, I mean, they do have actual, first round dudes. It's not only from last year, but remember they have Josh Allen and all the rest of these guys as well. The whole thing that happened with Cam Robinson, I think.
Juwan Taylor's gone.
Mm-hmm. Cam Robinson's out for 6 games to start next season. Look, I mean, who do they even have at tackle besides these guys?
Walker Little, that's it.
Walker Little. Well, he's a Texas high school football kid. I think Walker Little.
Their interior's good with Barge, Fortner, and Scherf, but they
Stanford.
need tackle. And,
Yeah,
and
I
with
mean,
Cam out,
you
they're in trouble.
You look at these guys, you're like, who they have? Walker Little. They have Josh Wells. They have, other than Cam Robinson, they have a guy named Coy Cronk, who I don't even know who that. Who do you guys know who Coy Cronk is?
Huh?
No.
If you don't, you think we do?
Yeah,
we got
a lot of needs at offensive tackle. They need to figure that thing out.
Who did you have pick us in? Who'd you have pick 28 to the Cincinnati Bengals in your mock?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Same. The pick is Miles Murphy, edge rusher, Clemson, goes to play with Trey Hendrickson.
Great pick.
Great.
Yep.
It's also another reminder of you did not need to give up that much to go get Will Anderson. You could have sat at 12. You could have traded back, got more draft assets, taken Miles Murphy, Will McDonald, all these edge rushers we've seen go. Nolan Smith, who's still available. Top 5 player in the draft according to some.
Wait.
King Felix still available.
Is Nolan Smith going to go to the? Nolan Smith's going to go be a champion with the Chiefs?
No, Nolan Smith's going to go to all of his former teammates and play with the Eagles.
Dog.
Man.
Dog.
Yeah.
Dog.
Georgia Dogs.
Hey, we just got a little Hassan Reddick on one side, and Nolan Smith on the other side, Jordan and Jalen in the middle, and Nakobe in the. Damn.
Oh, boy.
We'll see.
Oh, boy.
Right. We'll see, man. We'll see.
We're one pick away.
Yeah.
New Orleans, though. New Orleans will get their guy if they want. They're
here's
going to ruin the fun. They always ruin the fun.
Somebody in the chat, Senior Football, great call here. Joey Porter or Nolan Smith to the Eagles would be
great pick.
Just either way,
I can't believe how and is it just that Joey Porter's falling so much because he's just people see him just such as a man corner.
They're worried.
That's it. They think he's just a
They're
man press. I was like, man, it's so perfect for Pittsburgh. The whole time I was like, it's the one pick I'm not changing.
Yep.
Who knows? When does Pittsburgh pick again in the second round?
First pick in the second round. They
First pick,
got the
33,
Bears pick in the second round, so 32.
Oh, gosh.
So they could be positioned to get Joey Porter in the second.
Joey Porter, the first pick of the second
round.
Oh,
boy.
Easy
money.
Yeah, man.
And they get the offensive line
If
help.
that market's open tomorrow, that will be one that I'll be taking before we go on the air.
We currently have 3 picks left here in round 1 tonight, boys. It is 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. We appreciate you guys all tapping in. There's over 400 people in here still, so make sure you click that like button. Make sure you click the bell. So tomorrow, we got Mock Draft Mania in the morning, boys.
Oh, baby.
And we got a few fantasy relevant dudes that are going to be taking part in that. We got a bunch of shows, and then we're going to be back live tomorrow night at 6:30 Eastern again to talk about round 2 and 3, where I think we're going to get a few more running backs to the board, including our favorite, Roshan Johnson.
Yeah, and Kendra Miller.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say, what about my favorite? My favorite that's still available will be Kendrick.
Day
so
two,
that'd be
man.
cool.
Day two is always the best for fantasy football. It just always is. It's where we see where these guys fall at the devalued running back position and some of these wide receivers that might not go in the first round and be seen as that sort of first round talent. But the good news is some of these guys go to spots where there's just like nobody else, right? If they go to the front of the line to spots where there's nobody else, where they can take over a big amount of the target share from the very beginning, it's a big deal for day two. So the whole time I've been doing these broadcasts, and I've been doing it for like 10 years for Sirius XM and all the rest of it, and it's always on day two whenever you get these guys that fall to these great spots, wherever is the day one draft capital guys at wide receiver. You love it, but some of these guys, these day two guys, fall to spots that are more advantageous as far as target share.
What do we think about? Can we just rewind a couple weeks to the Jonathan Mingo, the Cedric Tillman conversations?
Yeah, and what I
And
told
now
you is
you're-
there's no way they're in either.
Look where we're
first
sitting right now,
round.
and we're looking at Nolan Smith and Joey Porter on the board, and the fact that we even entertained Jonathan Mingo and Cedric Tillman in round one.
Well, what's this we shit?
No, like the
Yeah.
community.
The community.
Okay.
It's true, but I mean, every time you guys,
Bro, Schrager and
Right.
and Zierlein had Mingo and Tillman. Like they are the dude, like they're the top of the food chain right now. And they had these two dudes in there. We as a community, everyone got pushed up there.
Yeah, I mean,
Think about when you think back, it's like, okay, like that's just wild to me when you're sitting here. You see Miles Murphy go off at 28. Nolan Smith, Joey Porter should be going off here in the next couple picks. It's just, I don't know, man. The Podfather's got an opinion. Let's see what he's got.
I know what happened. You guys know what happened? The rich got richer. The rich got richer with the Bengals because they just took Miles Murphy, the best guy on their board, at a key position that actually impacts the game. It's not hard. The edge rusher is such a valuable commodity, and it was so deep. It was such a gift. Anyone picking in the 20s was gifted top 15 talent. And all you had to do was press the button, regardless of need. You can never have enough edge. You can never have enough pressure off the edge. You can never have enough pressure on the opposing quarterback. And so the Bengals are watching these teams trade up one pick, climbing over each other to go wide receiver, climbing over each other to get a running back, climbing over each other for positions that don't impact the game as directly as edge. And then you have these, think about the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're heading in the right direction. They're doing the right things. Anton Harrison was a great pick. So we're seeing now the best teams which makes me question the Bills. Where are they in this hierarchy of teams? Because they have these early exits from the playoffs, and now they're starting to make wacky draft picks. And you have to, if you're a Bengals fan, you love that they're not making wacky picks. That's all. Just please, if you're a top team in the league, you have Joe Burrow, you have Patrick Mahomes, you have Josh Allen. All we ask as fans, Trevor Lawrence, all we ask is you don't make wacky picks in the first round. Is that so hard? Is that so hard to do? And the reason why you're not going to see another wide receiver drafted, this idea that more than 3 receivers would go in the first round or more than 4 receivers would go in the first round was wild. I don't even think Quentin Johnston was a first round talent, but he went first round because the NFL's infatuated with him. And it did. I think the line was 3.5 wide receivers. So I think that the line hit the over on the number of receivers drafted in the first round. So the over is already hit. Yeah. So you're not going to see any more wide receivers go. There is a steep decline from, well, really the big 3 down to the next tier of wide receiver, where you're still seeing bona fide first round guys still available
at edge and at corner. And you have the top of the food chain teams that got there by not making mistakes in the first round more often than not.
And I think it's reasonable based on last year and now tonight. The Bills are behind the Bengals pretty clearly. It's not a 2A, 2B behind the Chiefs. It's a 2 and a 3. And, Bean said he didn't have a first-round grade on all the receivers that were taken, so that's probably a knock on Quentin Johnson. And they're going to put Kincaid in the slot like they always say about these, tight ends that are too light. But it's not good. There was layups there for them. They could have traded back. They could have taken edge. And
It's
they
almost
reached.
like the Bills are they tilting?
They're tilting their faces right now.
I think those.
And now I'm tilting.
Let's throw it back to the desk. Alex, do you think this was a tilt pick by the Bills?
First, we got a pick. They're going back to back with the Clemson Tigers. Brian Bresee, defensive lineman, Clemson
To the
goes
Saints?
To the Saints.
Ah, all right. Boom. All right. All right. Hey, man, shout out to Nick Underhill for that, dude. Nick Underhill called that New Orleans football. He said that was going to be the pick. I went with his suggestion, and that's going to help me out a whole lot in the mock draft contest. I think that's going to move me up, maybe up to where Cody is, unless Cody has that pick as well.
Where'd Cody have Will Levis?
Here's the thing. We need to start. That's something to start talking about.
It's crazy. He's still there.
Who's going to trade up for in these last two picks?
Nobody. The players on the board are too good to trade out of.
Who's going to? And let me just say about Dalton Kincaid. I know I recommended the whole toaster in the bathtub. I think it's probably a fine choice. If you don't want to go with that, though, I would definitely say, dude, Dalton Kincaid's a sick player. He's a sick player. And as much as we kind of say this is bad, this is all the rest of it, there's like, I want to be the guy that has the little bit of sunshine on the gray cloud. It's like, I mean, dude, he's sick. He's unbelievable. So just take that into account. It's the guys who watch the film and say like, "Oh my God, I can't believe what this guy can do." Yeah, like so. That's what I would say about Kincaid. Like it's not great for fantasy.
And what I'm seeing here, though, what I'm seeing right now is, Matt Kelley put out a tweet, during the season about Treylon Burks, the roller coaster ride, the ups and the downs. What I'm witnessing here is an Alex Dunlap roller coaster ride about Dalton Kincaid. He went from up here to down here to back up here, down there. He's back at the top. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, it's
a roller coaster of emotions here. It's night one.
It's something that you can feel very, 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 very terrible about, or you can look for the bright side.
Let's go back to the Podfather, see what the hell he's got to say.
Listen to Alex stumble around trying to talk about Dalton Kincaid gave me an idea, a really good idea. Okay, we're going to have a new metric on PlayerProfiler.com. We're going to put it together. I'm going to talk to Dario tonight. We're going to microwave this shit for you, Alex. Okay? The metric is the guy's amazing, trust me. We're going to have a new stat on Player Profiler called the guy's awesome, trust me, and we'll rate him in a percentile. We're gonna have a whole graph system put in place to see where these guys rank all time within their position group in this draft class. Where does Player X rank in he's amazing, just trust me?
What about the toaster rating? Yeah, right. The bathtub toaster rating. All right, we're back. We're back.
What? We have a selection.
We had two selections actually pass.
We got a big selection, a big one, a fat one, a large one. The best player on the board is now off the board. Nolan Smith joins the fellow dogs in Philadelphia.
Let's bring it back.
Howie.
Richard, are you kidding me? Nolan, are you kidding me? They got Nolan Smith at 31 or
30.
Oh my gosh. I had him to the Eagles. Did you have him to the Eagles?
No, did we?
I did.
No, you didn't.
Maybe at
just had
10.
him early.
Yeah, maybe at 10.
I had him going good and early at 10, or I had them trading down. Or wait, I had the Seahawks. God damn it, I had the Seahawks. But it was at 10 where the Eagles would have picked.
Well, see, you got the slot right.
Yeah.
Good thing this place has multiple toasters because
I need a toaster.
Everyone needs a dang toaster.
I need in a full bathtub. Like, pop.
You know what? Matt brought it up a minute ago. The best teams are making the best decisions. That's why the best damn teams. Brian Breesy, great pick, former #1 recruit in high school, right? Coming out. He's had some off the field stuff, falls down, but he's 6'6", about 300 pounds, super athlete. It's a good pick by the New Orleans Saints. Absolutely. And then Nolan Smith. I mean, come on, guys. The Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Dude.
That defense is insanity.
Are you kidding me?
Insanity.
Literally my number 1 and number
Kidding
3
me.
player on the board to walk into the day, and they walked with both of them.
Kidding me.
Now
I picked 9 and 30.
You're adding when that guy's healthy, you're adding like 2 more strip sacks a season guaranteed out of that dude. Like, it's unbelievable.
I've never been more wrong than when I compared Howie Roseman and put him in the same tier as Brad Holmes. I've never been more wrong. Howie Roseman is a savant.
Mhm.
Howie Roseman is the Albert Einstein
Can you believe what
of
happened?
NFL general managing.
Can you
This
believe
is
how
like-
this happened?
This is like a new theory of relativity, how you can turn like pick 11 and 30 or whatever into 2 of the top 3 players in the draft.
Are you kidding
What
me?
is happening?
With what?
This is like a new kind of physics.
It's
And to think that I thought that he and Brad Holmes were at all comparable. Shame on me.
shame
Is this
on
quantum
you.
drafting? Are we seeing quantum drafting?
You need it
Next level?
You need a toaster in a full bathtub.
Well, we got multiple bathtubs and toasters.
Jesus. just to end this nonsense.
All right, boys, we got 1 pick left here. It is the Kansas City Chiefs. Will they go wide receiver? Will they go corner? Will
King
they
Felix?
go King
Maybe
Felix?
King Felix.
The question is here, though.
Maybe they'll take Michael Mayer as the heir apparent, the number 87, the next Travis Kelce.
Probably not. They're probably not.
No.
I just hope so for I get an extra point in my mock draft. I'm not sure what they need. I'm not sure.
So the projection draft is or the projection table is near the same off because we haven't seen Will Levis been picked yet. What's going on here, buddy?
Where are all your tight ends at?
That's the thing. I wonder if maybe
No tight ends. 1.
dude, there has to be somebody calling. It's got to be the Rams, right?
What about
Yeah, that's a good call.
It's got to be the
36,
Rams
36,
just
yep.
calling
Yep.
up to the Chiefs and just saying, "Man, we're going to come take Levis for this broken back ass old fucking Stafford." Right?
He's gonna go right here. I think he's gonna go here. It's a trade.
Oh, okay.
It's just
I
got
think
to
this is
be.
Lamar Jackson situation.
It's
That
gotta
would
be.
make sense. That would a Lamar Jackson situation. Trade back in, get that 5th-year option on the quarterback. You know, especially someone like Levis, if you want to give him a little bit of time to marinate, you can if you get that 5th-year option. Makes sense. Could be exciting.
I refuse to believe that Will Levis is going to fall to the 2nd round.
I got to say this too, though. I mean, if the Kansas City Chiefs trade out of this pick, this city doesn't have enough toasters. These people stayed up raging all night only to see their team trade out of the 1st round.
We're going to need a lot of toasters. Yeah.
They probably called out of work tomorrow. They were at the draft. They were drinking all day and like, let's go. We trade out of the 1st round. What the hell's going on?
We traded out the 1st round. Jesus Christ. I'm just ready to hit it all.
We had a toilet paper shortage in 2020. The toaster shortage in Kansas City is on and popping.
Yeah, well,
I mean, this is I can't believe it. But Let me ask you guys this. You guys have been doing a ton of mocks. You're in this competition. I have to imagine after doing round 1 mocks, you must have looked down at who's available and go, damn, there's a lot of good players still on my board right now that I didn't mock in round 1. And we're seeing kind of just the inverse. We're not seeing as many receivers or tight ends or, the 4 quarterbacks pushed up. But now those good players are there for the good teams.
I didn't see Osiris Torrance go either. That was one that.
Osiris Torrance hasn't gone. Cam Smith's still on the board.
Do you know out of our friends who had a really good mock, man?
Daigle.
Who's right here,
JD.
who's pining for the top is John Daigle. I wonder what Daigle's mock looks like. Daigle is tied for
Jeremiah
first right now. He's ahead of Daniel Jeremiah by 2 points. So congrats to our boy, man, Daigle. We love fucking Daigle.
Where am I at? 30?
I don't know where you're at.
30.
You're down here at 30. Where am I sitting at? Band is at 30.
Ben had a fun mock draft. I was reading.
I'm at 28. But still, man, that's good. Like last place is down here at 19.
Ben Albright's in last place.
Ben Albright. Oh goodness, Ben's had a bad few weeks. Let's see. I'm not sure. I didn't mean anything weird with that. Let's see. I'm just stuck down here with all the dudes that were like. I'm stuck down here with all the chalked guys, like the Josh Norris, Silva, me, like all these guys, Scott Barrett, Galco, like everybody who had all the chalk picks. Cody
Dunlap.
Congratulations, man! You're gonna finish ahead of all of us. You're gonna move up in the accuracy rankings. Oh, if they take King Felix, he'll move up. He'll move up to if they take King Felix, he'll move up to
2 points, 3 points.
He'll move up 3 points. He'll move up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He'll move up to 8th place out of like 100, whatever, like 160 something.
Let's go, Felix. Let's go.
Yeah,
but we're gonna probably see. Would you get points if they trade out, but someone else takes Felix?
No.
Yeah.
You get a point for Felix.
He'll get a point for
right.
Felix, but if he wants, like, he needs the Chiefs to take him to get the 3
He needs a
points.
bullseye here.
Yeah.
Well, let's cheer for a bullseye. I'm rooting for you, buddy. King Felix here. Why not?
Let's get it.
We've seen crazier stuff tonight. But hey, before the draft started, we all wanted chaos. I think we got it.
I cannot believe the Eagles got Nolan Smith.
That was wild.
They got no. Here's the thing, though. It's 2 things married in this draft. 1, they got Jalen Carter and did not have to give up pick 30. Then they sat back, hung out. Maybe they had a beer or 2, and they got Nolan Smith. Are you freaking kidding me?
And they're just like, hey, man, easy game. Take these kids from Georgia on defense. We get N'Kobe Dean and Jordan Davis last year.
Unreal.
We're going to go ahead and take this year the kid, Jalen Carter, that everybody says might have a little bit of off-field stuff, but we know who his 2 biggest mentors are, N'Kobe Dean and Jordan Davis. They're both on our goddamn football team. We're also going to take Nolan Smith, the goddamn leader of the goddamn football team that went out and did the coin flip every week, even though he was hurt.
What do you run? What's his 40?
4.39.
4.3, whatever.
4.39 official.
4.36, whatever the fuck it was. And so
It was sub
we're going to go ahead and
4.4.
take all those guys and get them all around Jalen. Not only is next to Jalen is Jordan Davis, who we forget that
Mount Davis.
That was the I don't have his numbers pulled up. I'm not sure if you know him off the top of your head as far as what his 40. It was the most ridiculous, probably the most ridiculous
4.39?
speed score you guys have ever had.
Oh yeah, Jordan Davis.
on Player Profiler, I'm sure, for a man his size. It's like the rich get richer, man. Like the rich get richer, dude.
We got 1 pick left.
So this is an interesting question for Cody. If it's Uzoma, then he gets 3 points and he vaults in the mock draft standings into the top 10. Okay. However, he's also emotionally invested in Will Levis. So if you're Cody, what is your choice if you had to decide between top 10 in the mock draft championship and calling Uzoma, or the player you've been so invested in emotionally going in the first round to someone who's trading up to get him? How do you think Cody's feeling?
I'm trying to think about the hit rate for second round quarterbacks. I'm thinking Kyle Trask. I'm not pulling a lot of names out.
Well, we have Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts was a guy. Jimmy Garoppolo was a second round pick. There's not too many.
Is that a great
There are very, very few. It's actually an interesting statistic. There are very few quarterbacks drafted in the second round at all. It is a quarterback wasteland. There's a dead zone. There's no quarterbacks drafted in the second round. And when there is one, you take notice, like Jimmy Garoppolo, who technically paid off because they were able to trade him for another second round pick. They got his time served, rolled it over for another pick. Jimmy actually commanded a big contract. So would we consider Jimmy Garoppolo a second round hit?
Yeah, he's still
Right, we would.
Derek Carr was second round, wasn't he?
Derek Carr was second round. Now, Alex, your mic's not working, so you're not going to pick it up what you're saying to me. I know we've been doing a lot of that lately. I think we got it. Let's throw it to the desk. I think he got it. I think it happened.
Hey.
And let me say, man, like that right there, that fucking pick right there, that goes to show that goes to show a lot of work that Cody did, man. I've been fucking with him shoulder to shoulder this whole goddamn offseason, and him trying to mine intelligence the same way I have. He figured that out. He figured that out. I didn't have the guts to make that thing happen. Cody said, like, fuck it, I'm putting my nuts out here. I'm putting King Felix. I'm putting King Felix in my mock. He's gonna end up going up to probably the top 7-8 drafts in this whole thing out of 180 or however many, because he did it, and because we realized that was something that we needed to dig around and something that we needed to do. And that's fucking dude. Yeah, that's it, dog. I'm fucking proud of this dude. It's amazing.
All right, that's round one. We got 4 hours in the bag. Appreciate all you guys. I'm going to pop it over. I'm going to bring all the boys on here. And I'm going to mute them all so it doesn't echo too hard. But it's everybody in here. Night one in the books, Player Profiler. Click that like button. Click that subscribe button. Stay tapped up.
We'll see you tomorrow, boys.
And we'll be back tomorrow with a few shows, Mock Draft Mania in the morning, the NFL Draft stream in the afternoon, and a few more shows in between there. We might have to go get some barbecue because I'm hungry and I'm tired. So I appreciate all you guys. Be sure, click the like button, click subscribe. We got to get to 20K. And if you want that all-in package, go to PlayerProfiler.com and use DRAFT for $20 off. Boys, Podfather, you got anything?
Good night, everybody.
Hey, you like that video? Be sure to subscribe and activate those alerts so you get notified as soon as new videos drop. And be sure to check out PlayerProfiler.com. We have all the tools for you to dominate every type of fantasy league. We have a draft kit, Dynasty Deluxe, data analysis, DFS Dominator, and don't forget the player rankings to rule them all.